swinging through it. First boundary of the day.
I think we're waiting for confirmation whether that's a 4 or a 6. Umpire's having a quick look. Yeah, it's been given a 4.
Yeah. And looked to my eye like a bounce just before the rope. It was pretty close to us.
I was a bit too scared to be looking there. I had already got off my seat.
There was I thought, yeah, maybe as Kanduri comes in with this one, and that one is pulled away behind square leg. That's a fantastic shot to follow up from Leonagi. That was excellent work. Picking up that length, too short, too wide, and just swinging around on it. And that's another boundary.
Absolutely, Leonagi, when he came in, he was a bit of a rather unknown, and we didn't know what to expect from him, but he's found a good position up there at the top of the order, and he's scoring some good runs for the Sri Lankan Lions, and he's become a very handy batsman for them. We came into this tournament talking all about Mangala Gunasekara. Well, instead it's Liange, the other big man, who's become a bit of a star for the Lions, as Kanduri comes in to round out this over, and he'll end it with a dot ball. Went for a few runs in that over, a few more than he would have liked to, but he does get that important wicket of Thuranga.
Yeah, it's not a bad start. So the maiden and then a follow-up over, taking that first wicket. They'll still be happy with that. And just to point out, that was a good example. That boundary that he pulled behind square leg, very difficult bounce on this pitch. I was out there just before today's play, and very variable. You never quite know if it's going to jump up or stay low, and he's picked that up really nicely. So his eye looks to be in. But then, of course, the final delivery from Kanduri, picking up that dot ball, the final delivery. And so it's going to be Pungal coming back on. Oh, yep, Saurabh Pungal bowled that wonderful maiden.
I think let's see how well he can just get that ball back into Kumar. There's a chance, and that's why that slip fielder has been placed there all this time. We've seen Amdocs have a slip in every single game, and for the first time, a catching opportunity went to Kanduri, and he's put it down. Well, that was a tough one, really sharp chance. Let's take a look at this.
Yeah, really difficult catch, and he unable to quite meet the task. That's what he's there for, though.
At the very least, he stopped the boundary. That's another way of looking at it, as this one will go down the leg side for a wide, and a bit unfortunate for Pungal. He really deserves the wicket for how well he's bowled.
Yeah, he really does. He's just enticing the edge to the right-hander the last over, and now to the left-hander. Picks it up, first delivery. Deserves a wicket. And that one gets the shout from the bowler, but I think it was just careering a little bit down the leg side. Good call by the umpire from first look.
Certainly, and I think height might even be a question mark here.
Yeah, pitched outside leg. Missing outside leg, but threatening the batter. That's what the bowling side wants to see.
What's he going to follow up the next ball with? This one goes up in the air. It's upish. Is there a chance to catch it? It's going to drop in no man's land. And VLCS Kumar just living dangerously in this over. He's presented an opportunity and almost presented another there.
Yeah, you just feel like any one of those three fielders should have given themselves a bit more of a chance there. Maybe they're a little bit sluggish in the field, not quite walking in. That one was definitely up high enough. You'd think that someone might have got a hand to it, but alas, I'd call that a half chance, Nish.
Certainly was, and let's see how Liange fares against Pungal, who's troubled both the openers so far. Oh, well, bowls a low full toss. Liange won't have too much trouble with that, but it's an excellent collection and throw by Hitesh Thadani, and rightfully so, gets some applause from his teammates.
Yeah, good work by Thadani there. He's not sluggish in the field. I stand corrected.
And we'll see a continuation of that battle between Pungal and VLCS Kumara. We saw him win the one against Thuranga. How's he going to fare against his opening partner? This one, though, it wasn't cleanly struck, but it goes into that gap. And like all of us in the commentary box, we're just on our toes, ready to show some of our acrobatic fielding like my younger brother did yesterday.
Yeah, I don't know if we're quite as acrobatic as he was, but we'll give it our best if it comes our way. But that was, not hit that cleanly. Good call there, Nish, but he just seemed to carry enough for the boundary, so he'll be feeling good about that.
Also, the BLCS Kumar is a very leg-side dominant player. He's going to look to score the bulk of his runs to cow corner or square leg. Let's see how he fares in the last ball of this over. Once again, a little bit of an inside edge, but he'll be glad he's still there because Pungal's very unlucky not to have picked up a wicket in his 2 overs.
Yeah, shame for Pungal. That was a great effort from his 2 overs. Only 8 runs coming off them, which in this format we know is a pretty tidy effort indeed. But no, Kamara and Lianage, they're still out there and starting to build something here. You might feel Kamari's 8 off 7 and Lianage, he's 7 off 6. So after 3 overs, the score is 20 for 1. And we can see on the power play there that, well, I'd call it evens.
It's a parking lot next to the 2 skyscrapers, isn't it?
Yeah, it won't be a parking lot for long, though, here in Limassol. Something that will be built there, I'm sure. It's always great to get a maiden in the power plays. Very difficult in this format. And it's going to be Vimal Kanduri again. No, it's Pankaj Parvesh is coming on. Stuttering run up. And the edge, it goes flying over 3rd man, and that's 1 bounce, 2 bounce, 4 runs. Well, a bit of a flail in hope there, but he flailed hard enough that it got enough velocity on it to just evade the hands of the fielder there at 3rd man and get the boundary.
Absolutely. Sarapungal's a pretty tall man, but he's not even tall enough for that one. Yosemite Kumar riding his luck a little bit to start his innings, but he's off to 11 for 7. And we're typically accustomed to him getting there through some clean strokes, some big 6s off the middle of his bat to cow corner, but he's got there by hook or by crook.
Yeah, that's just what you got to do, and can't hang around too much in this 10 over format. So he will be swinging, you get a feel, from here on in.
Absolutely, that was spot on. I mean, we saw some Nicosia Fighters batsmen yesterday go with strike rates of 25. I don't think Chowdhury would have liked that. But
yeah, poor Chowdhury. We shouldn't bring him up today. He's not even playing. He's I think he would have had a pretty restless night last night, thinking about that innings. One to forget.
In response to that edge, we've just seen them push a man to deep 3rd man. As in comes Pankaj Parvesh. This one goes square the wicket to Sarapungal again, and nice throw by him. And the Sri Lankans are eager to run for overthrows, and they will get them. Just need to keep their discipline here, Amdocs. We've seen them let some games slip through their grasp by making some very, very poor mistakes.
Yeah, and Hitesh there, we saw him collect a really good ball on the ground before, but that time just fumbling and allowing them to go through for the overthrow.
In comes Parvesh for the 3rd delivery. This one's a lowish full toss that's hit straight to long off, and the Lions will settle for 1.
Yeah, Parvesh, he's moving it a little bit. It's like every ball is a slower ball. It just seems to come out of his hand a lot slower than what his action might otherwise dictate. Can't be too easy to face. He'll just be wanting to get his length right now.
Wider delivery. It's once again hit to cover. Going to go over Rahul Shukla's head and Hitesh Sudani's, and a bit of mix-up between them. And that goes for a boundary. So Liange has already hit his 3rd boundary. That's the current skipper and the former skipper getting in a bit of a mix-up.
Yeah, shame for Hitesh there. He's two out of 1 out of 3 good fielding efforts there, but that was a difficult one. Took an off break off the deck, dissected the 2 fielders, went over the boundary for 4. So it's building steadily now for the Lions. Run rate of over 10. As that one is struck down to long off, collected, and they take the 1. A run rate of about 8, so 8.845. It's something to build upon, especially considering one of the overs was a maiden.
Can he round out this expensive over well? This one's again another low full toss. He's really struggling with his length. Doesn't have enough to trickle to wait for a boundary. Nice bit of footwork by Chete Shah. And it'll be a couple of runs for the Sri Lankan Lions. So a very expensive over from an Amdocs point of view. 14 went off it. And the Sri Lankan Lions are just starting to move up the gears, and after that maiden over, have 3 productive overs since.
And don't forget, folks, we're live on YouTube. Join in on the YouTube chat, the European Cricket Network. Subscribe there and join over 250,000 people around the world tuning in for action from all corners of Europe. Got lots of different series going on at the moment. But this one here in Cyprus is where all the action is for us. So come and join us on the chat. Let us know what you think.
So we come into the 5th over. Hitesh Thadani, who we saw get that nasty bit of bad fortune. This one struck by Prashad Liange. It's cleanly struck. And he deposits one into the olive groves for the first time tonight. Huge 6. And Prashad Liange is looking to build on that excellent start he's had.
Yeah, Liange just showing his class there. Picked up the length really well. Got his foot to the pitch of the ball. And hit it straight as a die all the way over the fence. And you can add that one to the olive farmers collection out there in the olive groves.
Goes for a slower ball, but Liange's caught hold of it. Is it going to go the distance, or is it going to be taken? Well, Chete's shot seemed to have caught it, but he just helped carry it over for 6 in the end. And back-to-back 6s for Liange. He's going after the veteran Hitesh Thadani.
Such a difficult catch to take and keep inside the field of play. Really need to think about it. And it's very difficult at that pace to take the catch, throw it back in, and not concede the maximum boundary. So another 6. And Liange is going a little bit nuts now at the moment. Good response there, though. Both Thadani taking a bit of a pace off it, stayed low, and Liange was unable to make any connection.
And also a change of an angle going around the wicket. Seems to be an option which a lot of right-handed bowlers are now using in T10 cricket.
Yeah, you just got to create doubt, don't you? Seems to be working. They've asked a question. The umpire's given him. He's gone. That's an edge and caught behind. Another wicket falls for the Lions. And Liange will be really disappointed with that. He looked set to get going. 2 6s in a row. And then that change of angle, as you said, Nish, coming around the wicket has produced a result.
Yeah, this one was just right there. It was very tempting for Liange. He had to go for the big shot, and he's taken the little thin edge and gone through the day also. In the end, the bowler has the last laugh, but you wonder if Liange has done enough damage already.
Yeah, he's done his job. And that's how you play T10 cricket, folks. You hit it or you get out. And that's exactly what Liange's done. He's contributed, hit a few maximums, and now he's gone and leaving the task to the rest of the order. It's totally fine.
And in comes Chamal Sadoun, a very classy-looking left-hander, a man who can hit the ball 360 degrees around the wicket. And look out for him to play some good strokes. He's made 183 runs in 10 games, and one of the keys we were talking about him, he needs to keep his strike rate above 150. And he's done that well the last 3 matches. He's really stepped it up. I've often seen him go at too low a strike rate throughout his T10 career, but lately he's been looking menacing. He's in red-hot form as this one struck square of the wicket, and it's just gonna trickle over the boundary rope. Looks like it will, and Vimal Kunduri and Pungles chases in vain, and Chamal Sadoun's off to a great start.
Yeah, sitting at 150 strike rate at the start of this innings. He's certainly been a power hitter for the Lions, averaging 30.5 as well in this series, and that is sensational work for such a short format. And it looks like he's sticking to the task here. 4 off his very first ball. Sadoun. So what's Thadani got? As he comes in to deliver the last ball of this first over of his spell. And that one is a big swing and a miss. And that's a great response. So he picked up a wicket. It's a good over, actually, in the end. Went for 16, but picked up that important wicket of Liange and looked to be threatening to Sadoun as well.
Absolutely. I guess that's going to be a bit of a debate, isn't it? Do you consider a 16-run over good in T10 cricket, even if there is a wicket or not? It's a very different format of the game.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, well, 16 runs, it's not that much these days, is it? We've seen overs go for much more than that, but yeah, the Lions would have taken that, and as I said, at least the Lianga didn't waste any deliveries.
Absolutely, and do remember, though, Amdocs have struggled quite a bit with their batting. In their last couple of matches, they made 52 and 69 runs, so they're going to have to bat a lot better, and they desperately need their bowling attack to keep the score to under 90, 95, because it's going to be hard for Amdocs. They don't have a very explosive batting to score big runs, and this one just goes away from ECS Kumar. Gets that ball to snip off the surface away from him.
Yeah, and Parvesh coming on to complete his spell. That was a good way to open it up. It's over. A dot ball, very important. But yeah, already on 50. I mean, they're on track here for a pretty intimidating total, as this one is short and wide outside off and called as such by the umpire. So an extra run goes onto the total. And they don't want to be giving away too many of them. It's already going to be difficult enough after that work by Lianga.
Parvesh this time goes for that full and wide Yorker, but it doesn't quite come off for him, and he's bowled a second wide in a row. They need to watch out with these extras. Amdocs, they don't want to be giving free runs to a side that doesn't really need them.
No, you absolutely do not. He'll be looking to respond with something a bit closer to the stumps now. But he put it close to the stumps. That was picked up beautifully by Kumara. Up and away. That is a 6, folks. Wonderful piece of batting there. Just got down on one knee, picked up the length beautifully, and hoisted it away, threatening the scorers there.
And his own teammates just sent one to them to say, hey, here, have a catch.
Yeah, have some catching practice, boys. We'll be out here soon enough. And don't forget to check out our website, folks, europeancricket.com, for all the preview stats, news, and more.
And goes fuller again and straighter, but this is hit straight to the fielder, long off THT Shah, who does well. Has to jump up a bit. Is there a chance for overthrows? Looks like there will be, and well, they need to clean up their act, Amdocs. We've often seen them start games well and then just lose their discipline and focus a bit.
Yeah, it's you have to stay focused. It's not the longest time to be out there, so there's no excuses for not remaining focused on the task, and that's what they've got to do here. Try to not give away anything unnecessary. As Parvesh comes in, and no, umpire decided to try and close line him as he just double checks that was indeed a 6. It was definitely a 6.
Pankaj Parvesh versus Suleiman Said would be quite a wrestling match, wouldn't they? Because the clothesline him as Parvesh runs in for the 4th delivery. Once again, goes full and wide, but it's right there in the slot for ECS Kumar. All he has to do is throw the kitchen sink at it, and in the end, Kunduri does pretty well to make sure there isn't a boundary, and if Dale had collected it cleanly, there might have been a run-out chance, and it's becoming a bit of a comedy of errors for Amdocs. They just need to focus a little bit, stick to the basics.
Yeah, stick to the basics. Don't overthink it. That was even almost gave away another overthrow there. The keeper just hurtling the ball along the ground back to the bowler, and he missed it, and could have been an extra one. So little things like that. It's all the 1%ers, isn't it, Nish?
Absolutely. He was just thinking too far ahead of it. They're already looking to throw the ball down to run out. Chamal Sadoun should have been focusing on catching it first, as this one's a slower ball, and it deceives ECS Kumara.
Yeah, slower full toss, attempted Yorker. And if you can do one of them on the stumps, they might be in with a chance here, but it's getting away from them a little bit. Amdocs here. Run rate has now crept over 10 and over. As that one is put more in the slot hole. It's been hit in the air. There's a catching chance, but no, folks. No. The hands were there. The body was there. But unfortunately, they couldn't make any connection to grasp onto the ball. Slips through, so another drop chance for Amdocs.
Absolutely. For a split second, I thought that Sora Bungle might just have come down with it, and that we just see him standing up with the ball in his hand. But that's a big drop for them. Amdocs can't be affording to put down catches, especially when it's dangerous batsmen like Kumara. As we come to the end of the 6th over, as you said, the Sri Lankan Lions are in a very healthy position, going at a run rate of over 10.5. They'll be eyeing 110, 115 from here, which is going to take some chasing for Amdocs. They're going to have to pull out a very unexpected batting performance.
Yeah, well, anything can happen in cricket, Nish, but more often than not, it doesn't. So we'll just have to wait and see. As Hitesh Tadani comes onto bowl. Just checking his field, making sure everybody is where he wants them to be. He's got the long off.
So it is quite unfortunate that Amdocs were missing Prince Rai. He's just he really burst on the scene about 5 or 6 matches ago, and he's been a beautiful swing bowler for Amdocs since they've recruited him. And I think he's a big miss tonight. I think they would love to have him go up against some of these top order bats of the Sri Lankan Lions. Imagine him and Pungal opening the bowling, both of them swinging the ball proficiently. As Thadani comes in, and that's another deceptive delivery. I think that was a bit of an off break.
Yeah, great start there by Thadani. Start of his 2nd over. Just deceiving the batter, as you said there, and it was right in the good length. Exactly right. Not quite full enough to go forward, not quite short enough to go back.
This one struck well by Chamal Sadoon. It's going to that fielder. It's just that deep extra cover, and it'll only be a single. So a nice start to his over for Hitesh Thadani. We saw him go for 6 and 4 to start his previous over.
Yeah, so what are the options here for Amdocs, do you think, as this delivery from Thadani is made? And that one is hit up in the air, and it's going all the way. Don't even bother with the catching practice there, Lions. It's going over your heads as well. It's just another 6, folks.
Absolutely. For a moment, I was wondering whether one of them would try to take that one, but I think they know BLCS Kumar is going to keep sending them there. But going back to your question, well, without Prince Rai, it's a bit of a head scratcher to see who they're going to bowl. If that 5th bowler they're going to use. Wonder whether they'll go back to Kanduri now for a previous over. He's a spinner, so wouldn't want to preserve him for that 10th over. And this one's struck by BLCS Kumara. This is going to his favorite part of the field at cow corner, and it's once again been launched into the trees. And BLCS Kumara is looking absolutely menacing. This man has already made a 50 once in this tournament, and he's eyeing a 2nd one.
What a beautiful piece of batting. Just stand and deliver. Straight away, he knew where that was going. And indeed, that is where it went. Cow's corner, out in the olive groves. I'm picturing a bunch of cows eating olives as cricket balls come flying down on their heads.
Certainly, they could look to bowl Girdhar Singh. He's another man who doesn't have too much experience bowling, but often when you see him practicing with Amdocs, he seems like an exciting bowler. Has a bit more pace than the rest of the Amdocs team.
What about Dio? We know he's pretty handy with the gloves, already taken 1 catch. Could he give himself a run? Just to try something different. Oh, and that was a run-out chance, but unfortunately the throw-in was not anywhere near the stumps. And so another chance goes begging.
Certainly does, and this over, once again, Hitesh Thadani started it well, but keep talking about Amdocs' focus. They start things off well, but they can't quite show that quality to conclude things, and I guess that's what separates them from some of the better sides. And this one's very wide again by Hitesh Thadani.
Yeah, Thadani just losing his cool a little bit there after being hit for those big shots. He's got 2 deliveries to make them count. Already got the 1 wicket. He'll be wanting to pick up another one for his team. But that is a much better delivery inside the tram tracks, not a wide. The batter asks, why was that not wide? Well, it's because the ball went over your bat, not around it. It was a swing and a miss. So a good dot ball from Thadani there.
Well, Thadani's gone for an awful roll of runs tonight. Can he conclude his over with a wicket? This one's top edged, and is there half a chance to catch that one? No, there isn't. In the end, Sorapungal feels it well and ensures that it's just a single. And we're coming into the death overs, and right now the Sri Lankan Lions are in a very healthy position.
Yeah, really in a good spot here to just start cutting loose now, folks. Tomorrow, don't forget, we've also got other series going on when they're in Malaga, the championship week of the wonderful series we've had there. We've got 5 matches tomorrow. Don't forget to tune in at 7 o'clock GMT, 9 o'clock Central Eastern Standard Time, and 12:30 Indian Standard Time. So check out all the action before you tune in for, tune in there tomorrow. We're having a day off tomorrow in this series, but there is plenty of cricket for your enjoyment and consumption there, folks, as that wonderful series continues.
Looks like we see Rahul Shukla bowl himself. We don't often see him bowl, but I think this shows you how they're just struggling to find that 5th bowling option. And we've seen Rahul Shukla in his sole over this tournament go for plenty of runs. Let's see how he fares on this occasion. Things are going to have to change for him.
Yeah, it's just the matter of doing the basics right and just putting it at a good line, good length. Doesn't matter about pace. He's got quite the run up. But sometimes a big run up can seem intimidating, but also throw the bowler off. Let's have a look at what he's got. As that one is short and down leg and pulled away. Just didn't look like he got much on it, Sadoun, but it did manage to roll away. It's gone all the way to the boundary for 4. So Sadoun, he's been an observer to the work of BLC Kumara there, but getting in on the action now, getting the under edge. Very difficult on this ground. It's a real bouncy, undulating deck, and the ball doesn't travel that fast, but it travelled fast enough then to beat the fielder.
Absolutely, and Pungal took a bit of a stumble as well. I don't think that would have helped him too much either in that pursuit, as Rahul Shukla comes into bowl his second delivery. Very interesting action. Has this one gone the distance? Looks like it's just going to hit the base of those floodlights, and it's Chamal Sadoun's first 6 and the 4th of the Sri Lankan Lions, and they really are eyeing a massive total here.
Yeah, he's played a really good role, Sadoun, here. He's just been the anchor at the other end while BLCS Kumara goes about his work, but getting in on the action now with a 4 and a 6. And they are certainly eyeing a total above 110, which is certainly intimidating against any opponent in this format.
Absolutely. The biggest total we've seen so far this tournament has been 129 by the Mufflons, and I wouldn't be surprised if the Sri Lankan Lions can even get there. Although it will take some doing. They need to go at about 17 and over to get that.
Yeah, all it takes is a few good balls. They have brought it up over 12 runs and over at the moment, so let's see if they can keep increasing that run rate as Shukla comes in. And that one's been lifted up as well. There's a fielder standing under it. He might have to stand about 15 metres further back. That's gone up and away. Another 6 to the total of the Lions. And a wonderful piece of work here by Sadoun. He has hit 3 boundaries in a row. 2 of them 6s, and the Lions, well, they're all over this.
Certainly, and BLCS Kumara is now just a boundary away from his second 50. He'd be the only man to have done that so far this tournament. And he's eyeing quite an accomplishment. He's been there for the Sri Lankan Lions in some big moments in their cricketing history, and this time he'll just play it away. Will he get that half century, or will Sorapungal cut it out? He won't, and BLCS Kumara gets a well-deserved 50. Well played, Kumara. You've led your team from the front. He struggled a bit at the start of his innings, but since then he's picked it up and he's led his side with real conviction. What a fantastic inning we've all got to witness.
Yeah, two half centuries in this series. That is just stellar work. Putting his name up for the Man of the Series award, and very quick little celebration, quick wave of the bat, but already keen to keep going and get on with it. And Shukla puts this one short outside off. And again, he goes for that pull shot, but this time with not enough force to evade the keeper, who has it back in, and they take the single. Kumara moving to 51. And after 8 overs, folks, it's 103 for 2.
Yeah, certainly bad news for Amdocs. There's still 2 overs left in this innings. And they're also struggling with bowling options. We did say Rahul Shukla doesn't bowl too much, and you can see exactly why there. And Kunduri will come back into the attack. He went for 12 in his first over, and it's going to be quite a challenge for Amdocs. Where are they going to find a bowler for that 10th over?
Yeah, it's just demoralising for Shukla. Captain bringing himself on, bereft of many other options, but going for 22 off that first over, and with no real other choice but to come back for the next one as well. So Kunduri, the best bowler for Amdocs so far in this series, and he starts pretty well with a dot ball, evading that deadly bat of Kumara that's just been hitting the ball all over the place.
In comes Kunduri for the second delivery already. That's quick. This one's high up in the air. Looks like BLCS Kumara's going to hit another 6. This one's deposited right there in the chain link fence around this ground. And once again, the umpire Arsalan is going to get a bit tired having to raise his arms constantly for BLCS Kumara, because that's the 5th 6 he's hit already.
That was hit so hard that the car alarm started going off, and it was 50 metres away from where the ball landed. So, yep, fantastic work there, Kumara. And he's got 1 and a bit overs to just even threaten the top scorer in this series. As that one angles down the leg side. Don't bother asking that question, lads, just because you hit him on the pads. And they scamper through for the leg bye.
Yeah, it might be a bit of desperation from Amdocs. They desperately need something to go right for them. Not much has since the first couple of overs. So certainly sliding down the leg side. And Chamal Sadoun, well, he's very quietly gone to 17 of 9, and that's athletic work by Pritesh Deol. There could be a chance for a run-up, but unsurprisingly, Amdocs miss out on this opportunity as well.
Pretty clever running by Kumara there. Made sure he got in between the fielder and the bowler, standing him behind the stumps. And managing to make that run-out chance very difficult. So another leg bye to the total, unless he did get a little nick on it. So Kunduri's got 3 balls left to try and contain this storm of big hitting that we've seen so far.
This one's slogged by BLCS Kumar, but he hasn't hit this one cleanly. Should carry to Thadani, but nothing's going Amdocs' way so far tonight, and everything is going BLCS Kumara's way. It's really his night, and not Amdocs' so far, as Hitesh Thadani, who's normally an exceptional fielder, completely misjudged this one. Came too far in front and then realized it was sailing over his head.
Yeah, it's a little bit of combination of, the pressure they're under, but also we know it's been a bit windier today, although it seems to have dropped off a little bit now. But also, those high balls at night are not that easy to catch. The floodlights do tend to sit a little bit in your eye line, and if you are running around, tripping up over the uneven ground, it's not that easy to catch, but that's another chance goes begging.
Certainly, and they aren't the highest floodlights in the world. We've commented on that. They're really made for football. These are football headlights, but I think the fielders have done pretty well. As looks like we're going to see Girdhar Singh. We didn't mention him earlier as a bit of an unknown prospect who looks pretty interesting when he's warming up, and he's been given this 10th over. And once again, more overthrows for the Sri Lankan Lions, unless that's a run out. And the umpire, Suleiman Said, has given it, so PLCS Kumara has to depart. Not quite the way he would have wanted to end this fantastic innings of 59 runs, but it's a bit anticlimactic for him. I think he'd have wanted to go out swinging.
Yeah, disappointing for Kumara there. He played such a great knock, and standing at the non-striker's end, coming through with the single, getting the overthrow, coming back again, and not quite making it. He is not happy, but he should hold his head up high. He's done a job for his team and put them in a dominant position.
And that's the first wicket Amdocs have had in the second half of the innings. It's been a very long wait for them. This partnership has been worth about 57 runs. Yes, 57-run partnership. So an extremely productive one, as Looks like, is that going to be the skipper, Nolan Pathirano, who's going to come in to bat next?
Yeah, it looks like it, and it's not that much they have to do here. Got 1 over left, and just try to make it count. 6 balls. Go for 6 sixes, I reckon. But Singh, you know, he's well, 5 balls, excuse me, five deliveries remaining. All right, that was Singh's first ball.
Yeah, he's a bit of an unknown quantity. Gurveer Singh. Certainly, there should be 5 balls left in this over. Of course, the first ball of this over going for a run out. So we'll have that one very quickly corrected on the scoreboard. Now, just have a temporary halt in the game as we have a few things confirmed. It looks like Gurveer Singh's going to come in for the second delivery. Let's see how he faces up to Jamal Sadoun. This one took some pace off that delivery. And once again, they're going to try to run for byes. And we no attempt at a throw here because they all think he's still feeling hurt. We saw him during that little interval between the new batter coming in, go to the scorer's table to just get a bandage and a little bit of spray for his elbow. I think he hurt himself during that run out.
Yeah, they're pretty hard, these balls, these white kookaburras. Big thanks to Kookaburra for providing everything we need for these series. But those balls, they do come on pretty hard. And so Singh here, he's done a bit of a job. He very quickly ran back to the bowler's side. He knows they're going to be running for everything here, and the other fielders have got to be aware of that. So he comes in, and there's a big top edge slog sweep, and the keeper comes around. That's a great catch. What a catch. Oh, beautiful work there. Wonderful, wonderful work by Pritaj Diol. He was on his bike straight away. As soon as that went into the air, it was traveling up and to the square side on the offside. Square on the offside, and he ran across beautifully to take it as we have a look at the replay. So Singh, he picks up a wicket. 2 wickets have fallen in this over, and it could be a bit of a good luck charm for Amdocs.
Certainly is. Gurveer Singh, we did say he was a bit of an unknown quantity heading into this match, but we've always found him very exciting to watch when he warms up for these games, and now he's just showing his worth in this final over. I think Amdocs might regret not having given him a second over and put some more faith in his training. He's picked up some very important wickets to start proceedings off. He's obviously involved in that run out of BLCS Kumar, and now he's sent the Sri Lankan Lions skipper back. As we see Ruwan Jayakodi, also known as Ruwan Manawasinga, come out to bat.
So as we see him taking guard there, and Singh coming in, tail at his back. He's bowling really well. That was a bit straighter though and a bit too short. It's pulled away to square leg. They take the single. And that's not a bad result there for Singh. Keeping his figures pretty tidy. 1 for 2 he's got. 2 deliveries remaining.
Certainly is. This will be the quietest over since that maiden over we saw back at the start of this match. With some, once again, inside edge by Jamal Sadoun, and Gurveer Singh's doing quite a job for his side at the end of this match.
Yeah, and we just know, you always see it in this format, that the last over there are just going to run for everything. So fielders have got to be on their toes, just keep the pressure on. Yes, it's a big total, but you may as well do everything you can to contain it. That's a great piece of bowling by Singh as well. Very aware that they're going to try and run everything. So off the last ball of the innings, folks, another wicket falls. Means that's 5 wickets down for the Lankan Tigers. And they finish their innings on 117 for 5. So a very formidable score there. And it's going to be a big uphill climb for Amdocs given their previous form.
Absolutely. Amdocs closed the innings well, just like they began the innings very well. Gave up just 14 runs in the last 2 overs, just like they gave up just 12 in the first 2. It's those middle overs that were a huge concern for them as we take a look at the highlights of this match. And we saw the first over go for a maiden, so not much of a highlight over there. And then Sachita Thuranga, who's been in excellent form at the top of the order for the Sri Lankan Lions, popped one up. And Pritaj Diol took a very simple catch. We'd see him take a much more dramatic and athletic catch in the final over of the innings. And then in came Prasad Liange, who played a very, very handy innings of 26 for 10, which went some way in helping the Sri Lankan Lions get propelled to this total target of 118 they've set for Amdocs. And we saw him pick up the length very well off the spinner. We saw how he was playing Vimal Kanduri. If he dragged anything short, he'd just get on his back foot and play them. But really, the highlight of tonight, the main man we're going to talk about, is BLCS Kumar, who made a fantastic 59 of 26 as we take a look at his first boundary. Just how good was he?
Yeah, sensational piece of batting, just a class above, wasn't he? He just timed it beautifully, managed to not just play on the leg side either. He was playing shots all around the ground on the offside, and those ones just hoisting them over, beating all the fielders there, placing it right in the middle. Very, very good batting, managing to deceive everyone as he went again and again and again. And more often than not, managed to clear the field, sometimes with the help of the fielders themselves. And finally, there was a breakthrough, that beautiful piece of keeping there. Not an easy catch to take in the dark, but fine edge. Just manages to carry through to the keeper, and the wickets were falling. They just weren't falling quick enough or with few enough runs in between.
Certainly were. We talked about that big 60-odd run partnership between BLCS Kumar and Sadoon in those middle overs that really took this innings away from the Amdocs Cricket Club. As we take a look at this, some of these brilliant strokes by BLCS Kumar. He did show that he can hit the ball both sides of the field, but he was helped by some dropped catches by Amdocs. Sorapango made a bit of a meal of that, and then Amdocs kind of ran out of bowling options, and the skipper himself, Rahul Shukla, came in onto bowl. And take a look at the highlights of that 22-run over. And Chamal Sadoon scored plenty of runs in this over. And this was the first 6 in that one, just hit the base of the floodlights there. And that over would continue to be miserable for Amdocs as BLCS Kumar hit this very, very big 6. And so Funkaj Parvesh just watching that one sail over his head. This was an attempted slower ball, and well, it just didn't work, as I think he played that very smartly, BLCS Kumara. And then he made his half century, and rightfully so, got the accolades from the rest of his side, but he just wanted to get on with business. And then this was another catch put down by Amdocs as they were reeling at this stage.
Yeah, Hitesh, started pretty well in the field, but just managed to let a few little mistakes get in the way, and you just felt that Amdocs, they, like you said, they started with positivity and intent, great maiden over, but at the end just falling to pressure. There were some good highlights for him, that catch being one of them, as Diol managed to make some pretty good ground pretty quickly and get his gloves to it. And then, of course, some smart batting right at the some smart fielding right at the end there, as he knew that the single would be taken, and took the opportunity to smash the stumps as hard as he could, and that would have felt good. So at the end of that, folks, 117, and little injuries there as well for the Sri Lankan Lions, but they look like they've got enough force to be able to carry on with this, and we'll see what the Amdocs have to respond with after all this. See you soon.
welcome back to Ipsanos for the second innings of this first match of our doubleheader. There we see the Sri Lankan Lions team huddle. They set a very good target for Amdocs of 118, a very healthy target. And we know the Sri Lankan Lions need to win both games tonight to pip the Black Caps for that second spot, as there's only 2 spots left to make it to the final. And there is Nolan Pathirana, the captain himself, wicketkeeper captain, leading his side out. And we see the umpire, Mohammed Ursulan Ashraf, currently standing behind the stump. So great stuff in the first innings by the Sri Lankan Lions. They really dominated those middle overs. They didn't get off to the start they would have wanted, a maiden over, and lost the wicket in the second over. But they really dominated that middle section of the match, and that's what really propelled them to this target of 118, as we see Amdocs come out with their 2 opening batsmen. A little bit of a change from what we typically expect. That doesn't look like Vimal Kanduri or Preetij Dayal, so looks like they're going for a change, and why not? They need something to change for them. They need to try something new, and well, let's see how this works out for Amdocs. Great to have you back with me here, Joe.
Yeah, hello Nish. It's just had to have a little bit of a wander. All that fierce hitting that we saw from Kamara just got me a little bit excited. Just had a little stroll around this beautiful ground in the heart of Limassol. And what can we expect here from Amdocs? Changing up the batting lineup. So you're absolutely right. You just got to try different things, don't you? And it all goes towards experience. The whole point of ECN is that it's about the long-term growth of cricket across Europe. And even if you are on the back foot, even if you are facing a bit more of a better qualified opponent than yourself, it's all experience that can go towards future series. So looks like we've got, Pankaj Parvesh is out there. And he's been joined by Shatas Shah. And they would have been given the directions. I've got a feeling what they want to do is just try and survive the first over or so, get the eye in, and then just start swinging. You never know what can happen here.
Absolutely, and it's a mystery spinner, Ruan Jayakoti, Manu Singha to start the first over. And this one's just tickled down the leg side by Parvesh. Will get off the mark. Yeah. Jayakoti is going to be such an interesting bowler to watch. He's a mystery spinner. You never know which way the ball's going to turn. And we saw at the start of the tournament, he showed some of his potential, but would go for a few runs. But now, these last 4 games, he's really found his form.
Yeah, and that's always a difficult prospect, facing a spinner that has a bit of variation. So Shah taking strike on the leg side, on the leg stump. And he's hit that straight back at the bowler, and it's a drop catch. Oh, that was a fantastic effort. Came back like an absolute rocket. And unfortunate there for the bowler, unable to clasp onto it. Looks like he's hurt himself as well.
Take a look at this one. Yeah, it's a tough catch for Jayakoti. I think he's done pretty well to dive to his right and even get a hand on it.
Yeah, it would have been 4, wouldn't it? Saved runs, but he's certainly hurt himself. Going to need to get the magic spray out there, I think. We do know that these balls, when they hit the bony parts of your hand, they certainly leave a mark. We're both sitting here grasping our hands at the very thought of it. It's a tough game, cricket, sometimes.
Certainly, I got a very nice souvenir when I went out to bat. I have a giant cricket ball-sized wound on the left side of my right knee. Right now. I was having some batting practice, and as a matter of fact, the umpire currently behind the stumps, Mohammed Ursulan, just drove one right at me, and it struck me flush on this side of the knee.
Looks to be all right, though, as he comes in again. And that one fuller and on the stumps, and it's just pulled to the onside. And the fielder, there's been a misfield and a bit of miscommunication as well in the middle. And they're looking for the overthrows. Yeah, need walkie-talkies between them, these batters. Not quite talking as they should be. Yeah, it's can certainly leave marks. I've got my fair share of injuries throughout the years. One I'll always remember as a kid, I was playing with an indoor cricket ball, which has little dimples in it. came off the top of my bat into my forehead, and I was walking around with dimples in my forehead for a week. As that one is fuller on the stumps and just patted back to the bowler along the ground.
Is that one of those spin balls, the ones that spins?
No, it was a hockey ball. Yeah, as in Australia, you sometimes train with hockey balls. As that one is picked up down the leg side, very fine, beats the fielder, runs away for 4. That's great for Shah. That'll get the confidence going. He certainly got down low enough and picked up enough of it to get the boundary.
Certainly did. Jai Cody, just a bit guilty of sometimes going down the leg side in this over, and Amdocs have latched onto those opportunities pretty well.
Yeah. And Ruan, he'll be looking to consolidate this over. It's been pretty good so far. 8 runs off it only, which is not too bad. As that one is slapped again. Gee, he comes through with some force with the wrist there. He really swings the bat hard at it, does Shah, and he's picked up another run.
Shah certainly has a good record batting in some of the longer formats of the games. He does well in 20 over and also 40 over cricket, but I think there are a few question marks about him in T10 cricket, which is why we didn't see him at the top of the order. This one's top-edged. Will it go the distance? Oh, it's taken a bounce off BLCS Kumara's shoulder, and you hope he's okay, because we saw a bit of a scream from some of the Sri Lankan Lions supporters behind us.
Oh, I'm glad that was his shoulder and not his head. Certainly looked threatening at the start there. Very difficult catch to take, running back with the flow and trickling over the boundary. So another boundary to the total of Amdocs, and after 1 over, they're 13 for nothing. Good over for them in the end.
Absolutely, just the start they would have wanted, and they've also got runs against Jayakoti, which will please them mightily. And I think we're going to see Sadoon, or is it going to be Buddhika Mahesh? Looks like it's going to be Mahesh, yeah. So he's he's made a very successful last few matches. We saw him have figures of 3 for 11. The previous match he played against the Nicosia Tigers, so a very accomplished bowler. He's going to be your typical left-hand bowler. Look for him to just cramp the room to those right-handers and try to make their life as difficult as possible.
Yeah, and they'll be looking to repeat that feat. That first over was great of Jayakoti to not lose any wickets, take some runs off one of the better bowlers in the opposing team. As that one is straighter on the stump, swinging into the right-hander, and he's picked it up beautifully along the ground on the onside, but only as far as the fielder out there at cow corner, and they come through for a single. Yeah, it's a real mind game, cricket, and even if you are not favourites to win, if you can just get your confidence up, hit a few runs, and the tide can turn.
See Pankaj Pravesh line one up, but it's going to take a few bounces before going to BLCS Kumara. This bit of fielding, not as painful as the last one where you're struck on the shoulder. And Amdocs will pick up a couple of runs. Absolutely, that's a very good point. And I feel if this match were to go into sort of a late over stage where Amdocs need to chase something reachable down within the last 2 or 3 overs, all the pressure is going to be on the Sri Lankan Lions because they desperately need this win.
Yeah, they need this win, and they also need to keep in mind the net run rate. It's going to become very important for them. As that one seemed to take a bit of an edge, or at least very, very nearly hits the bat. Bounces off the keeper, and it's a dot ball.
A good point about the run rate. The Black Caps run rate is currently 0.9, whereas the Sri Lankan Lions run rate is 0.27, so
about 0.7 difference they need to make up. As that one is slapped onto the offside, not too far. The man at cover comes in and picks it up, but they managed to get 1 run. Yeah, it's always makes it interesting in these series. Not only the victories that count, but the manner in which you go about them. And it's interesting for us. Keeps it interesting right to the pointy end. Who is going to be playing whom? That's the question everybody wants to know.
I certainly think a lot of the big boys in this tournament are currently rooting for Amdocs. I don't think the Mufflons want to see the Sri Lankan Lions in the final either, so I think it really is everyone against the Sri Lankan Lions right now as Buddhika Mahesh makes a rare mistake. And Chetay Shah just slogs that in front of square leg for the first 6 of the Amdocs innings. Well, last time around we saw them hit 1-6 in 2 matches. They're off to a much better start this time around.
Yeah, gosh, that would have felt good. Full toss, rank full toss, picked it up straight away, right out of the middle of the bat, bang. Up, up and away. It's a great 6 for Shah. He's moved to 13. So 1 ball left for Mahesh in this first over of his spell. And he'll want to contain it here. Oh, that's a great response. Right on the money. Started straight, but moving a little bit away from the right-hander, and a good piece of batting as well by Shah. Just got his elbow up and defended it ably back for a dot ball. So at the end of the second over, 23-0. And the Amdocs, they're still in this. Run rate of 11.5.
Certainly is. This is a very good start for Amdocs. We've often questioned their ability to hit the big shots, but they've just sent 2 of the better Sri Lankan Lions bowlers for quite a few runs. Jayakody for 13, Buddhika Mahesh for 10. Certainly Mahesh is normally a very economical bowler. It looks like the skipper will persist with Jayakody.
Yeah, as you would. I mean, one bat over, it doesn't make a bowler. And like you said, very, very skilled, very able, moving it both ways. Very deceptive to both the left and the right hand batsman. Here comes Jayakody. And that one is fuller on the leg side, and a nice bit of footwork there as well by Parvesh. Manages to slap it away on the onside for a single, bringing Shah back onto strike. And I think he's the man that you want on strike at the moment. Seems to be hitting it pretty well. That one's full. Going down leg, hit him on the pads.
Yeah, certainly that one was just struck him outside the leg stump, so it shouldn't be too hard a decision for the umpire. But I think he took a lot of pace off this ball. Certainly did. And I think that's really what deceived Chetay Shah. He would have thought he had a hitting opportunity. This time he gets hold of it. Has it gone the distance? It certainly has, and Chetay Shah hits his second 6. And he's really taking the attack to the Sri Lankan Lions. Are we seeing some counterpunch by Amdocs?
Yeah, looking like a very good decision to bring these 2 in. That was hit absolutely as pure as you like, folks. Got down the one knee, picked up that line, and just spanked it away. Great batting by Shah. This one is a full toss again, hit down through mid-wicket once more. Only as far as the fielder out there, and they get 1 more run. And just another reminder, folks, our website, EuropeanCricket.com, there's so many series that we're putting on all around Europe. Heading for over 1,000 matches this year. Can you believe it? As Rowesh comes in. As Ruvan, sorry.
Yeah, that one was just the off spinner, as you can see. He just turned away from Pankaj Parvesh. He was expecting it to come on to Jayakody. Didn't even look at the batsman on that occasion. He was ready to bowl. I had no idea that Pankaj Parvesh wasn't even ready. As he'll try to round out a second over. This one turns away from him again, but he gets a bit of toe end on the bat, quite a bit of toe end, as Pankaj Parvesh gets a boundary. So Ruwan Jayakody, who's normally so good with the ball, and we've seen his excellent form, has gone for 25 runs in his 2 overs, and we're seeing a real fight from Amdocs tonight.
Yeah, a little bit of a top spin there, but just far too short. And some nice footwork there by Shah. He's batting, by Parvesh, he's batting so well. And after 3 overs, 35-0, Amdocs, they are travelling along at the moment. If they can keep going like this, they are going to be in with a real chance. We'll just have a look here at the power play comparison. We know that maiden in the first innings has not been repeated in the second, going at over 10 runs and over. Fantastic beginning.
Certainly is, and we saw Amdocs falter with the ball in hand during those middle overs. They had a great start, and they ended pretty well too. Now, how are they going to control these middle overs when the fielders are going to go out there? They can have more fielders outside the ring. How are Amdocs going to respond to that?
I think they've just got to take their chances, not worry about the fielders, not worry about getting caught. Just hit the ball as hard and far as you can. And Shah has shown that he's certainly capable of that. This time he just slaps that fuller ball straight back down the ground. The man at mid-off, long on, sorry, comes in, hurls it back in. Shah gets one more run to his total.
Yeah, very good bowling by Butika Mahesh, bowling to his field. He had a long off and a long on in, so going with full and straight delivery exactly as he should. It looks like it's going to be a very similar game plan to the left-hander, Parvesh, as well. Well, it looks like Mahesh is going to change the angle and go around the wicket to him.
Yeah, it's very smart bowling by Mahesh. Might have got instant results. It has. He's bowled him, folks. That is a fantastic piece of work. Changing the angle, coming around the wicket to the lefty, and really just knocking his stumps right over the ground, in between bat and pad. Beautiful piece of bowling. Seemed to kind of tail back into him as well after the bounce. And that's a terrible sound to hear when you're batting. The bails cluttering to the ground.
Absolutely. He did a bit of the opposite of what you suggested. You were suggesting that they should just hit it as hard and as far as they can and not worry about the fielders. I think he was a bit worried about those two fielders at long off and long on and wanted to work it to the gap, that square leg. And in the end, that's the cause of his downfall.
Yep. Good innings nonetheless, though. As we have a good crowd assembling here, watching the action. Ish.
Certainly do. Whenever the Sri Lankan Lions are around, they always get some support with them.
Yeah.
And along with the Nicosia Tigers, I'd say they're the two best supported teams in this tournament. As Vimal Kunduri has just come out, we've been talking a lot about how important he's going to be to their chances. And I think this is a situation you would have wanted to come into. 36 for 1. His openers have given his side a pretty decent start. And now he's got to be the anchor to guide Amdocs home. As Butika Mahesh coming over, that one's fuller and wider. Took some pace off that ball, but I think Kunduri will be very disappointed because there was a huge gap at cover for him to hit a 4-through.
Yeah, it looks enticing, that gap, doesn't it? And I think that's all part of the plan, looking for the edge. And that's exactly what he's tried to do just there, but not managing. So a big swing and a miss. But yeah, try to put it full outside off and tempt the batter into hitting it through the gap it covers and finding the edge. But then, of course, might just try and bring one back into him. Bit of a Yorker, I expect, coming up here, Nish.
Certainly, we'll wait and see. Let's see how Butika Mahesh goes here. Absolutely, tried to go straighter on that occasion. And Vimal Kunduri will get off the mark. So certainly, he's just trying to mix it up, as you stated.
Yeah. I think the good thing for Amdocs as well is that, yeah, Parvesh, he did a really good job. He was a bit the anchor man as Shah started to cut loose. But Kunduri, we know he's been their best batsman in this series so far. And usually opening. But fortunately for them, Shah is still in. There's a lot of commotion going on around us here, Nish. There's action on the field, action off the field.
Butika Mahesh coming in. Chetan Shah's played this very well, but that's an exceptional bit of fielding by Liange. Shah opened the face of the bat and just wanted to work it to that gap behind square, but Liange doing his side and his captain a really good job at making sure it's just one run for Amdocs.
Yeah, great bit of commitment there from Liange. He did the job with the bat, and now in the field. This is not the kind of pitch that you want to be diving on, but he did not care. Right into the dirt, right into the gravel. And he saved runs for his team.
Absolutely, and he's a pretty tall man as well, so kudos to him for that. That's an excellent bit of work. Of course, do remember, we won't have any cricketing action for you tomorrow night, but we will on Tuesday night. It's these very Amdocs coming back to play against the Cyprus Eagles that we haven't seen since all the way on the 21st of September, and they still haven't given up. They still believe they have a chance of making the final or even grabbing the third or fourth spot to play in that bronze medal match. Make sure to tune into live action at 4 o'clock GMT, 6 o'clock Central European Time, and 9:30 IST as Jamal Sadoun is introduced into the attack for the first time tonight. He's a very important bowler for the Sri Lankan Lions, and he's normally always there in these middle overs to provide crucial breakthroughs.
Yeah, he does the job with the ball. Not only their most consistent batter, but very able with the ball as well. So and that was a slower ball, really in a nice channel, just outside off, but well played in the end by Shah. Managed to keep it along the ground. read the pace on it, played it a bit later, and just tickled it behind point for a run. That brings... Oh, no, that was Kanduri, so that brings Shah onto strike. And this one, again, a little bit pace off it, fuller outside off, and driven down the ground. Collected by the fielder, they come through for one run, and that will bring Kanduri onto strike.
Certainly, and we were talking about how important the middle overs are going to be for Amdocs. And so far, well, they started very well in the power play overs, but the last 8 balls have gone for just 6 runs for Amdocs, and they've lost a wicket as no one takes an outside edge. Sri Lankan Lions won't mind singles too much.
No, that's true, they won't, but at the same time, even when the field does go out, just keeping those singles going is if you're feeling a little bit of pressure, just keep the singles going and you will get a bad ball. So 76 needed off 32, and Shah has shown he's got the power to hit. And that time he gets the top edge over the keeper's head, but the man at third man, well, he read that straight away. He was around as quick as a rabbit, picked it up and kept it to just the one.
Certainly was. That's Saman Kumar who just did that bit of fielding. We saw him pluck a one-handed blinder out of the air in that last match the Sri Lankan Lions played against the Nicosia Tigers. I'm sure that's done his confidence a world of good after he struggled a bit in the field at the start of the tournament. And this is the final ball of the first half of the innings. It's played off the pads by Vimal Kanduri. Is it going to be cut out? Nice bit of fielding to get behind it, and he's going to make sure that it's just a couple of runs for Amdocs. So Sri Lankan Lions just tightening the screws on Amdocs, giving up just 10 runs in the last 2 overs, showing their experience and all their quality.
Yeah, just got to keep their heads. 2 batters out here. They're still in. They've still got wickets in hand, and Shah is halfway to a 50. So they've just got to keep running those singles, picking the gaps where they can, and just keep in it. And we all know they're the underdogs, Amdocs. But if they can stay in it until the last 3 overs, they're going to want a little bit more than 10 over the next 2, that's for sure. But I've got a feeling that as the bowlers, we know Shadun is very good. But if they can get him away a little bit and then see who's brought on next, they'll still be in with a chance.
Looks like we're seeing Mahesh Gamage. I haven't seen much of him at all so far this tournament. This one's angling into the pads. Brilliant looking slingshot action. I think another very famous Sri Lankan white ball bowler would have liked that. Referring to Lasith Malinga over in...
You reckon he's got a bit of the Malinga action?
Well, let's take another look at it.
Oh yeah, I see the old sling arm. A little bit Sean Tate as well. There's many different ways to put a ball down. As long as your arm is straight, then you're doing the job. And it's always interesting to see the variety that bowlers have. Yeah, so Gamage. And that one is well played by Kanduri. But only as far as the fielder at backward point, and they get the 1 run.
Yeah, this is pretty smart work by Nolan Pathirana to bring him in. He's just managed to sneak in a couple of quiet overs. I think that both those batsmen will be a little thrown off by seeing a bowler with a unique action. So maybe this is just another chance to sneak in a quiet over as the batsmen try to settle into this unique bowler, as that's a dot ball. THT shot going for that big shot, square the wicket.
Yeah, it's always troubling as a batsman when you're facing quite a unique action. Just where exactly the ball's coming out. Gamage, he's not a short man. And that one is picked up over the mid-on region to the man out there. 1 more run.
He's certainly going to want to get going. Major 6 runs of the 7 deliveries he's faced so far. I think he'll be itching to hit a boundary on this ball. And it goes for a harder shot, but hits it straight into the ground, and that's comfortably fielded by the half-centurion BLCS Kumara.
And it's been called a no ball, so we'll get a free hit.
And that's going to be a big chance for Gamage, of course, because both the fielders ran that. There is that opportunity to change your fielding around, and I'd say it's a good thing that THT Shah is on strike from an Amdocs point of view, as he's been the one who's been looked most likely to hit big shots, but well, he doesn't quite time this as cleanly as he would have wanted. Now they'll only get a couple of runs here, Amdocs, so a bit of a missed opportunity for them as the Lankan Lions continue to bowl quite economically despite that free hit.
Yeah, this could be the over that really determines this match, because they have not been able to get Kamage away at all, even with the free hit. What I will say though, Kanduri is very quick between the wickets, and you've got to make the most of that as a batting partner. As Shah has just lifted that up, and straight into the hands of the fielder there, waiting. So the wicket falls, Kamage gets his man, and the Amdocs, well, they're on the back foot now.
Absolutely. This is just the pressure from all those dot balls, those 3 quiet overs. And this one goes straight to Sachita Thuranga, who doesn't put too many of these opportunities down. He's one of the safest pairs of hands for the Sri Lankan Lions. And we're starting to see the Lions now just flex their muscles, show their quality. Just because they got off to a bad start with the ball in hand, this is what the great teams do. They really come into play when things are getting tight and tough.
Yeah, it's the experience and the knowledge that even if you get off to a pretty rocky start, you can put the clamps on, as you said, picking up that wicket, and that means the Amdocs, well, they're going to need something special here. And it's the wicketkeeper, Diol, he's coming out, Pritaj Diol. We know he can hit the ball, but has he got it in him to do it tonight?
Certainly, Dale's been the #1 run getter in domestic T20 cricket for Amdocs, and it's going to be interesting to see how he fares. Dale Kanduri is normally a pretty important partnership in determining the fate of matches for Amdocs, and well, both of them have a very tough task at hand, as they need to go at over 16 and over to win this for Amdocs. And it looks like they'll be facing Kamal Reyes, leading wicket taker, man who's had the only 5-wicket haul and the only hat-trick of this tournament. In comes Reyes. It's a shorter delivery by Kanduri, and it's played very well. I think the last place you want to bowl to Kanduri is short. He's very good at his hooks and pulls.
Yeah, not a great start from Kamal. He won't be happy with that. He has had a lot of success with the ball in this tournament so far, but that was too short, too wide, and beautifully played by Kanduri. Pure cricket shot down to the boundary at square leg.
Yeah, we saw Kamal Reyes start this tournament off very economically, and sides really struggled to get him away. But the last 4 or 5 matches, he's just been going for a few too many runs than he'd like. He needs to really plug those gaps.
Ooh, and that is a very poor delivery from Kamal. It's like you said, I think he was a little bit shocked that he took like 5 wickets and maybe got into his head a little bit. But that delivery is a big no-no, full toss. Struck the batsman. There will be a free hit and 4 no balls.
Certainly, this would be very scary if you're Emil Kanduri. Look at this one. Ooh, just hits the...
Yeah, it comes off his shoulder.
Off his shoulder.
Let's have another look at it. No, not a great angle to see there, but yeah, that can get into the bowler's head as well. He puts it short. And big swing and a miss there from Kanduri. He'll be disappointed to miss out there.
Absolutely, considering how strong he is at those shorter deliveries. I think his eyes would have lit up seeing that on a free hit ball, but Kamal Reyes gets away with it. Just needs to tighten his act up. Let's see if Amdocs look to target him in this over. This one's struck by Vimal Kanduri, a slightly fuller delivery, and he can't quite time it as cleanly as he would have liked.
Yeah, just didn't quite get a hold of it, did he? It was there for the hitting. Might be a little bit shaken up from that full toss that he faced. But that brings Diol onto strike.
Diol getting ready to face his first delivery. It's going to be quite a task in hand for him, but if anyone can score big runs quickly for Amdocs, it's him. A lot of pressure on his shoulders as he gets ready to face the 4th delivery of this over. Goes for something innovative, but it doesn't quite work out. I think if he just plays an orthodox cover drive, he could have picked that gap and got a boundary.
Yeah, great point. And that's sometimes the problem with this format is the premeditation by a lot of batsmen. Kind of thinking about the ramp shot, but then seeing the ball wasn't there for it and just getting caught in 2 minds and unable to do much at all. not great because they need over 15 runs and over now. Is this one, once again, is a good delivery. It hits the wicketkeeper on the thigh, which is not nice. But nice for the Kamal to respond after not a great start to the over. He's got a few dot balls.
Yeah, I think that one just skidded through, kind of rushed Pritesh Dale a bit there. So excellent comeback by Kamal Reyes after a poor start to the over.
This one, just once again, Kamal showing that he is the leading wicket taker in this series for a reason. He puts it in a good spot and can bowl at a pretty decent click. Quite deceptive for the batters. So after 7 overs, 63 for 2, folks. Amdocs right on the back foot here. So we have a look at the fantasy dashboard. And we can see there that it's still Shadun who's at the top. But Kamal Reyes, with his able performances so far in this series, also performing very well.
Yeah, no surprise. And then you take a look at Amdocs. It's Bimal Kanduri up there with 480 points. And, well, right now, if you're an Amdocs fan, you're going to want that to rise very quickly in these remaining 3 overs, as both him and Dale have a, when I say a near Herculean target of trying to go at over 18 and over. But we've seen unlikelier things before, and this is T10 cricket after all. Just need one bowler to lose his confidence. And is this going to be that over? Well, if you keep bowling like that, then maybe Amdocs have a chance. That's 5 bonus runs for Amdocs.
No, I think it's been saved.
Oh, it has. It's
yeah,
brilliant.
Good bit of footwork. Well, sometimes we see cricket teams warm up with a bit of football. And maybe that's what the Lankan Lions were doing, because this is a fantastic piece of work. Not great for the ankle, but great for the confidence of the team and keeping that run rate really beyond their means. Here's another ramp shot. Is premeditated to the wrong ball, but it is a wide, so he'll get another chance from Gamage.
Certainly, but I do wonder why that one wasn't given a no ball, because I don't believe it hit the pitch. Could easily have been given a no ball, couldn't it?
Umpire might have deemed it just hit the edge of the pitch.
Yeah, it's going to be a change of angle for Gamage. And Dale coming down the wicket. Did very well on that ball, Gamage. Just cut out the room to Dale, and we finally see a legal delivery in this over.
Yeah, it's been a bit shaky from Gamage. Can really throw yourself if you start an over with barely touching the pitch. Kanduri on strike now. And that one's going to be a wide. So you can do that all day long, and they might still be in with a chance. They need 51 off 17 balls. Very tough ask at 18 runs and over. But every sundry helps.
Over 30, 40 of those would really help Amdocs. They'd like this over to last another hour, if from their point of view, as see Gamage running in, trying to land a legal delivery. And once again, I think Amdocs are just overdoing it with how innovative they're being. Play an orthodox cricketing stroke, then that'd be much more helpful for them.
Yeah, it's been the big development in cricket since the shorter forms really became popular. These innovative ramp shots and everything, but sometimes you've got to play each ball on its merits, and that ball deserves something different, because that's a fuller delivery. Just getting it in on the right side of the batter's pads. And a good take by the keeper as well. Not easy when the batsman obscures the line of the ball, but taking it well. So getting a little bit more in tune with his radar here, Gamage. And this one's bowled him. He's bowled him, yes. That is the end of Kanduri. Gamage, well, he started as far to the right side, as far to the leg side as he possibly could. Then slowly over the over, just got closer and closer to the stumps, until he managed to make contact, and the bails have gone flying. Kanduri, his innings is over.
Certainly is, and one thing we've noticed from Mahesh Gamage is he struggled to get it right with some of those extras, but when he has been able to land a legal delivery, it's been very hard to face him. And I think if Gamage just continues to develop and improve his line and length like Jayakoti has, he could just be another weapon for the Sri Lankan Lions side.
Yeah, and it was all about the length of that ball. Really, really perfect length. Way too full to be pulling like Kandari tried to do. But just short enough to tempt him into it, and hitting the top of the stumps. That just tells you you've put it at a perfect length.
Looks like Akash Verma has come in. Well, this is quite an interesting decision. He hasn't been able to slog the ball. I would have thought they'd send Thadani here, and he's just going to send one straight back to Gamage. And he starts off with a dot ball.
Yeah, they might be conceding a little bit here with that that choice of batting selection. Just not conceding the match, but just trying to get a bit more experience into some batsmen who wouldn't otherwise get the chance.
Yeah, they certainly put a lot of faith in Varma throughout this tournament and given him plenty of opportunities. This one is going to be helped down the leg side, so that one was a pretty easy pickings for Varma, and he latched onto it.
Yeah, they obviously see something in him. And yeah, did well just to get a little under edge to that. So off to a pretty good start with the boundary, and after 8 overs, 72 for 3. It's looking way beyond their reach now. But you never know, in the 9th, everything can happen. Penultimate over coming up, folks.
Well, the task to make anything happen in the 9th got a lot harder for Amdocs now that they've seen Chamal Sadoun just come into bowl, went for just 7 runs in his first over, and this is exactly the situation he likes to bowl in when the side's looking to go big, and he can just get those wickets or sneak in a quiet over. So it's going to be quite a challenge for Amdocs, though they would like that man, Pritesh Dayal, to be on strike to face Sadoun, as this one's struck well, but I think they're only going to be able to get a couple of runs here. Not even that, just one.
Yeah, it's pretty well struck, but very difficult along the ground with the fielders out there at deep point. Just keeps tightening the pressure, or increasing the pressure, tightening the clamps, mixing my metaphors. In comes Sadoun. He pulled that one a little bit short, but was Verma unable to get much more on it. And then just being able to get it out to the fielder, running through for a single.
Yeah, Jayakoti's done well to collect that one. We have mentioned that this isn't the easiest field in the world to field, and that went to the last grassier side of the field as Chamal Sadoun just gets one to tail back into Pritesh Dayal, and he's taken a huge wicket, and that, well, might just have iced this game for the Sri Lankan Lions.
Yeah, and great call by you, Nish. Exactly what you predicted. You knew that the batsmen were going to try and go big. They've got no other choice, and just putting it right on the perfect line, angling into the right-hander and taking away his bails. There it goes. So another wicket for the Lions, who this looks like a bit of a fait accompli to me.
Certainly does. I think that might have been the off-cutter by Chamal Sadoun. That's why it went a little slower than Pritesh Dayal would have hoped for, and also just cut back into him. And there we see Hitesh Thadani come into bat. I think even if you can go off here, this is a bit too big a task for him. That run rate's now at just under 30, so we're going to need to see sixes at pretty much every ball from here.
Yeah. It would take a miracle. The miracle of Ipsinus, we'd be calling it if it happened. It's very unlikely.
Well, Amdocs have been involved in a number of miracles, but usually they've been against them rather than for them. As Thadani tries to hit one away to fielder at square leg, and he'll just get a single. As this game looks like it's going to be closed out by the Sri Lankan Lions.
Yeah, just going for that same delivery there was Sadoun, and Thadani showing that maybe he should have come in a little bit earlier because he picked it up rather nicely. And just once again, maybe a bit too quick, got big on him quickly there, and only able to slap it to the onside for 1 run. Wanted to come back for the second, but pretty sensibly sent back home.
Well, now it's pretty much a 6 every single ball because we're nearing the stage of the game where it's starting to become mathematically impossible for Amdocs. So if this isn't a 6, then it's pretty much done for Amdocs, and very smart work by Chamal Sadoun. Saw him coming down the wicket, bowled it shorter, and that'll pretty much kill it. All the Sri Lankan Lions need now are 6 legal deliveries to round out this night and pick up the first win of tonight's doubleheader.
Yeah, absolutely. And only a couple of concerns for them might be the few injuries they seem to have picked up. Sadoun was limping a little bit there. And we know that BLCS Kumara, he got hit on the shoulder, had a little bit of a hand complaint as well. So they'll be hoping that they can come through this pretty well intact.
And the skippers recognize that, doesn't feel the need to give Kamal Reyes a second over, and instead he goes to Roshan Siriwardena. To be fair to Siriwardena, he's also done a very economical job whenever he's had the ball in hand. And he gives another bowler a chance to bowl, as this one's a single to start off the over. So where do Amdocs go from here? What sort of a response should we hope from them in the second match?
Bat first. No, they are. Look, it hasn't been an awful performance. They've certainly had a few bright shining lights. Shah was really good with the bat, and it's just difficult when you're coming up against a team that maybe a little bit more qualified, a little bit more experienced. Amdocs, they've come into this tournament the underdogs and will be all the better for the run. As once again, Siriwardena, he puts it in short, seeing the batter coming down the pitch, and that just shows the kind of experience that we're talking about. It's just quick thinking cricketers. So yeah, where do they go from here? Just try to keep going, try to keep hitting it. The next match, as that one is spanked up in the air and very well taken once again. It's the second catch of the innings for him. Sachit Taranga. So very safe hands he's got there. That's why he's fielding out at long on.
Certainly is a very safe pair of hands. It's very rare that we see him put catches down, and this one's just fizzling out for Amdocs. And the Sri Lankan Lions, well, this win will mean that they are still alive in that race for second place. And a lot of Black Caps fans will now just start to get a little bit more nervous. There'll be some sweaty palms. I can bet every Black Caps player and fan is currently tuning into this game.
They're all Amdocs fans tonight, aren't they?
Certainly are, as are, let's say, much of Cyprus's cricketing community. A lot of teams fear these Sri Lankan Lions that wouldn't want to see them in a playoff game against them.
Gee, that was a great piece of bowling. As close to being within the limits as you could possibly get. Great death bowling. And this once again is a full of toss. It might be a run out. It might be an accidental run out. Umpire reckons he got home. But whatever it was, that's the end of the innings, folks. The end of the match. And it sees the Lions taking a pretty comfortable victory. That would have been a spectacular run out. He was home.
Yeah, that was very sharp work by Tanani to ground his bat. We did see a run out exactly like that all the way on the second night of this tournament, and it would have been really funny to see one to round out this innings. And in the end, the Sri Lankan Lions round out what is a very, very dominant victory, and that will do their run rate a whole load of good. And as we just said, there's going to be a lot of nervous cricketers around Cyprus watching that second match, rooting for Amdocs.
Yeah, 39-run victory. That is a 38-run victory. That's pretty decisive in this format. And the Amdocs will go away and, in between matches, have a good think about what strategy they might take. I really like the way that they changed their batting lineup, and they came out, as we have a look at a few of the highlights. Well, the Lions, they were ready to go from the start. And so Amdocs. Shah, he got going pretty early. There was that drop chance first off, which was a very, very difficult take, and unfortunately grounded there. But then a few lucky shots as well. Bit of a top edge, beating the fielders, running across the boundary. And that can always help your confidence and allow you to start hitting big. And that's what they started trying to do. That one, unfortunately, taking BLCS Kamara on the shoulder. And hopefully that's something that he carries with him. This is one of the shots of the day for me. Shah, that full toss, just pulled really beautifully right over square leg, over the mid-wicket. And he really went to town.
Certainly did. And one of the players he went to town was Ruan Jayakody. Jayakody, we were talking about all the form he carried into this game. He had figures of 0 for 25, so he's going to want a better game in the second match. And then Pankaj Parvesh, take a look at one of his two boundaries. Managed to kind of toe in that one, but then Buddhika Mahesh, as he so often has throughout this tournament, made an impact for his side. I think he plays that a little too much, looking at the field setting rather than playing the ball for its merit. And then in we saw the very interesting Mahesh Gamage with that brilliant action, and Sachita Thuranga, as cool as a cucumber, took that catch at long on. That was the first of two he would take. And we saw Vimal Kunduri play Kamal Reyes pretty well, showed his proficiency at playing shorter deliveries. Then Reyes, well, this was a terrible ball, almost took off to Hitesh Sudani's head.
Yeah, that was a low light from Kunal. He'll be disappointed that he let that one slip through and go on to his record. But then he did manage to pick it up a little bit and respond with a bit tighter bowling. There's that interesting action, just so interesting it barely touched the pitch. And in the end of the day, it was just too much class from the Lions, starting to find the wickets as the tail tried to wag unsuccessfully for Amdocs as they fell to a 38-run loss.
So then we saw Akash Verma just bottom edge this one away for a 4. And that would really be one of the few highlights Amdocs would have in the late stage of the innings. And what a brilliant off-cutter by Chamal Sadoun to dismiss the dangerous Preetich Deol. It's been piling on runs for fun in T20 cricket, but hasn't quite had the same fortune in T10 cricket. And then we take a look at Roshan Seyawardana's last wicket of this innings for the Sri Lankan Lions. Once again to Thuranga, who snaffled his second catch of the night. And then we just witnessed this last moment. Almost a run out there. That would have been quite a comical way to end proceedings for Amdocs. But in the end, they had to trudge off after losing by 38 runs. Make sure to join us again in 45 minutes as we bring you the second game of tonight's doubleheader. Will the Sri Lankan Lions make it 2-2, or will Amdocs pull off the upset and make everyone else in Cyprus go wild? We'll find out. See you then.
through the highways till my shadow turns to sun rays, and on we'll go through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. Turn us to thousands, and we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon. Turn us to thousands, and on we'll go through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays, and on we'll go. Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays, and on we'll go through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. Through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays, and on we'll go through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. Turn us to thousands, and we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon. Turn us to thousands, and on we'll go through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays, and on we'll go through the wastelands, through the highways. close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. Close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. Through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. See the horizon, turn us to thousands, and we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands, and on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. Finding life along the way, melodies we haven't played. No, I don't want no rest. Echoing around these walls, fighting to create a song. I don't wanna miss a beat. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go.
Well, after one pretty decisive victory by the Sri Lankan Lions, we've got our second of the tonight's fixtures coming up. The toss result, well, it's exactly the same as last time. Amdocs, they won and they decided they're going to have a bowl. Hello, and here we are in the middle with Kamal Raiz after that exciting first match of tonight's double headers. Kamal, he's the leading wicket taker in the series so far. How did you find that performance?
Well, I'm very happy to have listened that I've been leading wicket taker. Thank you very much, and I am thankful to my team. Their support, I could reach this status.
Fantastic. And the match that we just saw was a pretty decisive, big victory for you in the end. Do you think you can follow it up in the next match?
We do our best. Sure, again, we are going to back. We will reach the same target, maybe more. And we will try our best to put them down more, less run rate. We will do our best.
Indeed, because the run rate is super important for the Sri Lankan Lions to make it through to the finals, so it's going to be exciting. Now, Kamal, how important are series like this for cricket in Cyprus?
Oh, actually, we are very happy to organize such events in Cyprus. We have experienced such ECN cricket, same before years. Really, it's very good you are organizing ECN events like Cyprus ahead. We hope you will go through ahead more events when we are very happy about this, really.
And so you've seen it over a few years. Have you seen the standard of cricket in Cyprus get better?
Yeah, actually, I thank to Cyprus Cricket Association. They are organizing such events, and we are improving with cricket in Cyprus, really. It's going on.
Fantastic. Well, we're very excited to see you take more wickets in the next match, and we wish you the best of luck.
Obviously, I try to do my best in ahead matches. Sure.
Thank you very much, Kamal. Good luck.
Very much. Thank you.
Excellent interview, Joe. It was very enlightening to hear. Kamal Raiz, as usual. He's a brilliant man and a great thinker as well. As, of course, take these beautiful look at this overhead shot of the cricket ground we're going to be playing at here in Ipsanas. Fantastic work by Daniel Milkovic's Spring Productions, and he's been backed up very well by Ivan Puliak and Mate Volarovic. So really looking forward to this second match and what sort of response we see from Amdocs. And in particular, this matchup we're about to see now, it's Sora Pungal against Sachitra Thuranga. These two, of course, have been going at it. We saw how interesting their matchup was in the first game. Pungal consistently moved the ball away from Thuranga, and that caused Thuranga a lot of trouble. And he really struggled to play him. He really did. That ball just kept swinging away from Thuranga, and in the end, Pungal managed to get a maiden over of Thuranga. So this is going to be huge. This is going to be really huge. And do remember the Sri Lankan Lions, well, they're eyeing that second spot right now. They want to overtake the Black Caps. And to do that, they're going to need a roughly similar win to last time, maybe even 40-45 based on our data analysis. So this should be a great game, and I've got none other than Joe beside me. How excited are you for this one?
Yeah, very excited, Nish. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the action. As this first ball, we see exactly what you were describing there. Pungal just swinging it away from the right-hander. Big swing and a miss. So similar start to what we saw in the last match. And they'll be wanting to improve upon that performance. They did start their bowling innings very well. They pitted out in the middle and then ended it also pretty well. So just a few bit of work to do there in the middle overs. This one, once again, just not the ball that you want to be playing a cross-pass shot to, and moving away from him. It's they'll be feeling a bit. It's a bit of a shame he can only bowl 2 overs, Pungal.
Really is a bit of a shame. I think they'd want him to bowl every single over if they could get him to do that, but Soropungal was a real standout in the first match for Amdocs. As we take a look at the third delivery of this over, will Thurunga finally get some bat on ball? He will. And maybe he's even got a chance to get a second run, because that isn't the cleanest connection. And it's a couple of runs for Sacheta Thurunga, and the first 2 runs of tonight for him.
Yeah, a good bit of adapting though by Thurunga. He had a couple of looks and then just moved the feet across enough to make contact and bring it to the onside for that 2 runs. That's what batting's all about, especially in this format, adapting to the conditions. Just once again, just pulling it across the line, just for the single this time though.
Well, as they say, if you fail the first time, try again, and Thurunga is finally managing to find a way to get some runs off Soropungal. He played 8 straight dot balls of Soropungal if you include the previous match. And now we see BLCS Kamara come on strike, the half-centurion from the last game, the only man to have made 2 half-centuries in this tournament. And how good was he last time around? Had a little bit of a tentative start, but then he really kicked on at the end. And he made 59 runs of 26 deliveries, largely propelled by those 5 big sixes he hit. As he'll just put his gloves on once again and get ready to face Soropungal. Of course, Pungal did force an edge of BLCS Kamara, one that went flying to Vimal Kunduri, who really wasn't able to take it just because of how hard a chance it was. And there he is, Kunduri, ready, waiting for that edge. And BLCS Kamara will just knock this one to Shrikant at cover and get off the mark.
Yeah, and that'll do his confidence the world of good. Although he's not going to need much Kamara. He's shown his worth already today. He'll be looking to repeat that. Another half-century on the cards for him. He'll be feeling here. Stronger on strike though. Pungal coming in. This is caught the top edge, but he's got enough on it that has beat the fielder there in the outfield, who scampers and scurries and just manages to pick it up and hurl it in and keep it to just the 2.
Good first over once again by Soropungal. A very quiet one to start proceedings, and he's easily been the standout bowler for Amdocs tonight, as he has for much of his career. And you really have to wonder if a few more bowlers will step up and back him up, as we see a mini conference behind the wickets between some of Amdocs' senior players.
Yeah, they'll be having a few discussions, you might think, in this innings, because we know they've got a lot of leaders out there in that team. It's not just the captain, Rahul Shukla. There's a whole cohort of them that take charge of this team and what they're going to do. And I think their strategy will be to just line and length, just bowl line and length, and don't give away too many bad balls.
Do you think it's the case of too many cooks spoil the broth for Amdocs with all their leaders?
It's an interesting point. It could be. Sometimes it does. There's a reason you have a captain in a cricket team. But what matters most is that everybody's on the same page as Tadani comes in. Oh, that's a beautiful shot. Yeah, it's just short, not too wide, but just rocks onto the back foot and lifts it over third man. And that is a 4.
It's a bit of a continuation for both BLCS Kamara and Thadani. Thadani had a really forgettable game last time around, gave up 33 runs in his 2 overs, and BLCS Kamara just latches onto that one and continues with the form he left off from in the last match.
Yeah, he's a dangerous batsman, Kamara. What's Tadani got here? And that one straighter and on the veering onto the leg side, and it's hoisted onto the onside, but only for the single as the man out there collects and has it back in. Yeah, it's can often be that way, but yeah, what matters is that everybody's on the same page, and you need your bowler and your fielders to have a plan, know what they're doing, and just try to stick to it, execute that plan as best as you can. This one is wide, outside off. Thurunga just practicing his hoist over the offside.
Yeah, it's quite strange because Thurunga is a very good player through the offside and tends to make the bulk of his runs square the wicket and through cover. But he's really struggled playing some of these deliveries as we see Sedani run in for the third ball. And this one's quite wide as well. Going to be a tough decision for the umpire.
Yeah, it was wide, but Turunga also showing he's quite quick with the feet. He got across to it. Felt like he could have cut that. It was there for playing. And just not quite picking the bounce of the ball.
And here comes Sedani for the third ball. This time goes fuller. And it's a good strategy. Tried to go wider to Thorunga the last couple of deliveries, but this time goes full and straight, and that's a near Yorker. Ritesh Sedani.
He's got a lot of experience, Sedani. He's been playing for a long time, and he'd be backing himself in to just keep this tighter than what he's been doing so far in this over. That one is short again and cut and straight through the gap, rolling away. It's 4 runs. 4 more runs to Kamara here.
Bit of deja vu if you're an Amdocs fan right now, seeing Sedani go for plenty of runs and seeing BLC's Kamara scoring runs again. The last thing they'd want is a repeat of that last match. But so far, it's a few menacing signs of the same occurring. We see Pankaj Parvesh just warming up a little bit in front of us. I wonder if he's going to bowl the next over.
And that one is rank and short and down leg side, and the keeper cannot stop it. Rolling. Oh, can he? No, he's just very, very committed work there as he ran back and managed to push it back onto the field just before it went over the ropes. So saved a run for his team. Saved 2 runs, in fact. So they get 2 from 3 wides, I believe they got. Yep. So yeah, it's the definition of insanity, Nish. Trying the same thing over and over and expecting different results. So I think Parvesh coming on, or just something different, mixing it up.
What does it say about Dale's athleticism when the rest of his teammates were? He was there before the rest of them, and that's the first 6 of the innings. BLCS Kamara launches this one straight into the olive groves for the first time this match. And yes, it certainly is looking like more of the same from Amdocs' point of view. Are they reliving a nightmare? Is it Groundhog Day for Amdocs? Well, we'll wait and find out in these next 8 overs.
Yeah, a real challenge for them, and that's part of cricket. It's part of sport, is being challenged, being pressured, and having to keep your heads up. And that's why you need a good, strong captain. Usually a single leader, just to keep everyone's spirits up. As this is a bit of a slower ball outside off, a bit fuller, and nonetheless cut away. That was some beautiful work. And splits the middle between the fielders. Took a bit of an off break off his foot, rolling over the boundary. 4 more runs.
Certainly did. From my vantage point, I thought it was a misfield initially, but well, you got to sympathize with the fielder on that occasion. That took a nasty off break.
Yeah, it's really difficult to field on this deck.
Certainly is. These are perilous conditions to field in, and you've sometimes fielding looks a little worse on camera than it really is, considering this is a very unpredictable field. There's parts of it where the ball can get stuck in a bit, and it'll come a bit slower to you. Other parts will skid on, and sometimes it'll take nasty off breaks like that. And it looks like he's going to persist with Pungal, just like he did in the previous match, and it's Thorunga v. Pungal. Well, this has been quite a matchup tonight.
Indeed. He comes in, and that is a better delivery, but just pumping up a bit, and Thorunga showing his class there, rocking onto the back foot and putting it down behind point, running away for another boundary. So they are really putting the pedal to the metal here. They've not slowed down at all since their last bit of time out there, and the run rate is going up and up. It's already 16.15. So after two overs and 1 delivery, 35 for nothing. This is danger signs for Amdocs.
Certainly are. It looks like the one matchup they were winning, Pungal v. Thorunga. Well, it looks like Thorunga is starting to get on top of things now. He's seen enough of Pungal to figure out how to play him. This time he middles it, and he'll go straight to the fielder, Chaite Shah, who does pretty well to keep hold of that one. And Thorunga takes a bit of a tumble, and was there a half chance for a run out for Amdocs? Don't think so.
Yeah, Thorunga. Well, He's been performing better at the striker's end than he was at the non-striker's end there. He don't know quite what happened there, but lost his footwork, lost his sense of balance, and gravity took hold of him, took a tumble. Kamara on strike now. And that one is a better delivery from Pungol in a good channel, outside off. It's a dot ball.
Certainly that part of the pitch can often be a bit slippery. We haven't had the same kind of dew we've typically been accustomed to the last couple of nights, but often, well, when we're sitting here on commentary, our notes and stuff are just soaking wet from all the dew and the humidity. As this time, BLCS Kumara mistimes it, but fortunately for him, it won't quite carry to Pankaj Parvesh. He'll almost be glad he hasn't timed that one sweetly.
Are we supposed to have notes, Nish? No, of course. Very well prepared we are over here in the commentary box. Got all Nish's fine handiwork in front of us. It's a wonderful honour and privilege to be sitting next to you here in the commentary box, mate. As we watch these two teams go at it. Turanga on strike now. And that is a full delivery going down the leg side, and it is being clipped off the pads, running away. That's another boundary, folks. Yeah, it's party time here.
Certainly is, and I wonder if the Sri Lankan Lions have recognized that they need that 40-run win to seal their place in second spot.
Yeah.
And they're just playing that little bit harder because so far it looks even more brutal for Amdocs than in the first game.
Yeah, it really does. If they keep going at this rate, they are going to make the highest score of this series so far, that's for sure. That was, again, so the ball before, it looked like he was just trying to get it out of the back of his hand for a slow ball. Didn't quite come off, tried it again this time, and that became a rank full toss, head high, no ball. But Turanga nonetheless very, very upset with himself that he didn't manage to clobber that over the fence. Bit of an apology from Pungol there.
Yeah, the run scoring has been quite different this year. Last year, when we were playing games during the day, we'd even see scores as high as 150, 160 regularly as Pungol charges into ball this delivery, and Dale thinks there's an edge on it, but the umpire disagrees, and it's his opinion that matters the most.
Yeah, it's his opinion. It's the only one that matters, isn't it? And that was probably a good call by the looks of it. I think he might have clipped a little bit of his pad, and it's the noise they heard. And just a little bit of a conference between the batters out there in the middle. I think they're saying to each other, this is great, let's keep going. Pungol in now, and that's again an attempted slow ball, too full though, but nonetheless, Turanga couldn't get anything onto it, goes through to the keeper for no runs. So at the end of 3 overs, folks, well, the Sri Lankan Lions, they are on 43 for nothing off only 3 overs.
Certainly are. This is fantastic stuff. We look at these first 3 overs, 6, 25, and 12. It's been quite a start for the Sri Lankan Lions, and well, there's a lot of comments you can make on the developing Limassol skyline when you look at this one.
Yeah, we've got the graph there in front of us of the power play overs, the first 3 overs where only 2 fielders are allowed out, and the first one's pretty good. Only went for 6. That's the old town of Limassol, and then you've got the skyscrapers next to it. All those new developments just going up and up and up. So, yeah, very effective power play for the Sri Lankan Lions.
Certainly is, and we were talking about this during before. I really wonder how much just playing at night, playing under the lights, has caused these scores to plummet. I mean, typically during the day matches, when we had T10 cricket here, we thought that a score of 120 was a par score, and then above 140 would be a good score. But this time around, it's just shifted down to 90 to 100 for par, and then 110 plus for excellent. So,
yeah, it's an interesting one. It could just be a bit of moisture on the field, holding the ball up a bit. Any number of reasons, really. It's an interesting analysis, Nish. Lower scores with the night games.
Yeah, see Pankaj Parvesh run into ball this 4th over, and this is yet another wide for Amdocs. That's the 8th one already. And we had the no ball. Yep, it'd be 8 with the no ball. So really, that's a couple of extra boundaries for the Sri Lankan Lions, which they really don't need, looking at the form BLCS Kumara is in.
Yeah, not doing themselves any favours You don't want to give the other team an extra batsman with extras, with the unnecessary runs. That one is shorter and just tickled away down behind point. Third man, and that's 4 runs. Lovely, lovely batting from Kamara. He is just such class. 25 off only 8 deliveries.
Certainly is, and I think today he's shown his deft stroke. We've often seen him get a bit obsessed with hitting the ball to the leg side, but I think so far tonight he's shown his ability to hit it to all sorts of different parts of the ground. And if he can continue to play like this and guide his side to that final, then I think it's going to be a very encouraging thing for Sri Lankan Lions fans. He just knocks this fuller delivery through to extra cover for a single.
Yeah, and just once again showing his great footwork, very quick on the crease there and getting into a good position, hitting it through the line. So Parvesh, he's got 3 deliveries left in this over. And I think the other teams in this competition will be looking at this with a fair bit of wariness as the Lions start to show their might. And that one is cut late. It's almost like a back foot drive cut behind point. Runs all the way to the boundary. Yet another boundary for Turanga. And he suddenly moves to 19.
Well, I think they're eyeing some of last year's scores the way the Sri Lankan Lions are going about it. That current run rate has ballooned up to over 15. And this really doesn't seem like anything is going right now for Amdocs, whoever they turn to. Boy, they need a breakthrough desperately. Sorapungal comes into bowl this first delivery, and Thuranga's a little bit of innovation seems to have worked because the fielder was just standing there watching the delivery, almost admiring the shot.
Yeah, as you would. Yeah, he tried that a few times in the last innings, and that time absolutely the right shot for it. Got down low and kind of turned the bat to ramp it up over his head, over the keeper's head, over the well, sort of short, fine legs head, and another boundary. Beautiful shot. So very swiftly they've moved to 57 already. Only in the 4th over. This is a dominating score already as he comes down the pitch to what is a fuller delivery, but only manages to smack it to the man at mid-off for a single.
Yeah, I really wonder where Amdocs go from here. It's going to be quite a dilemma for their captain, Rahul Shukla, where he's going to turn to. Just looking at all their bowling options, I think he's going to give Girdhar Singh a go.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, I'm absolutely on the same page with you there, Nish. He showed some good stuff in the last match, Singh, and he only got the 1 over. But it's Parvesh now with 1 delivery left in this first of his 2 over spell. Yeah, it can be such a challenge when you're just being dominated by a team like the Amdocs are at the moment. It's got to keep the heads up, Parvesh in. And that's a fuller, better ball on the stumps, but again, Kamara just manages to knock it to the offside and take the single. And that's the end. So at the end of the 4th over, 59-0.
Of course, make sure to join into the live chat that accompanies every single one of our streams on the European Cricket Network's official YouTube channel. We boast a very cricket-savvy, cricket-knowledgeable, and passionate community that boasts over 250,000 subscribers and continues to grow by the day. Make sure to be a part of that conversation. There's so much wonderful talk about cricket going on there, and when we were just talking about it, we said we wanted to see Girdhar Singh, and I think he's the next man who's about to come into bowl.
You should be a captain of a cricket team, Nish. It's a great call. He picked up that wicket. He calls another run out as well in his 1 over of the last match. So I think Singh is a good man to go to. It's the first match he's played this series, I believe. Well, the first match that he bowled was the last match. And that one is a rank full toss outside off, and it's been punished through the covers all the way to the boundary for 4.
And that's exactly why I'm not a captain of a cricketing team, because that one, first ball just slips out of his hand and goes for 4. You wonder if dew's playing a factor. Of course, do remember it is 10 to 10 local time here, so we are pretty late into the evening as that one was just sat up nicely for BLCS Kamara. He'll wish that every single ball is that easy to hit.
Yeah, it's a, you see the bowlers do that a bit. They let go of one wrong and just rub their hands as if to say, that was not my fault. It's the dewy conditions, but no excuses here, folks, especially not when you're coming up against two batsmen of this quality, Kumara and Taranga. Already put on 63 runs, can you believe it? As this one veers down the leg side and comes off the pad, I believe. This should be leg byes, rolling away to square leg there, and that is indeed the case. Yeah, it is, you can feel the moisture in the air, that's for sure, but nonetheless, what a beautiful, it's just so lovely here in the Mediterranean. Makes you question why I live in Northern Europe.
Well, we certainly don't want to diss the Netherlands. Has some of the most gorgeous tulip fields in the world, and it's a very beautiful country. It's got some excellent green pastures around it.
Yeah, it sure does. It's a great place, but if you had weather like this in October, I think more people would refuse to leave. It'd more people be moving there. It's absolutely wonderful. As that one is a terrible delivery. Full, wide, outside leg. It runs away, beats everyone, and it's another 4 wides to the score. So seeing he's letting us down, we thought he bowled really well in that one over last match, but just losing his way a little bit here as the score moves on to 69 for no loss.
Absolutely. There must be a lot of despair in that Amdocs camp right now. Doesn't seem like anything they're doing right now is working, and well, I really wouldn't want to be the captain right now. I really can't say what they need to do from here to change things around.
Yeah, it's just all about just keeping your line and length and hoping for something, really, and that's what he's done there. That's a good shout, and he's been given, yes, beautiful. It's a great piece of bowling, and Singh, well, maybe we weren't wrong about him. Yeah, that was an absolutely beautiful delivery. Pitched outside off, hit him in line, wasn't too high, and well worth the shout. No, pitched in line, in fact, and kind of tailed back. Only question would be whether it was too high, but the umpire had no doubt at all. His finger goes up, and
looks like Prashad Liange will be the next batsman, but I think typically when you see a batsman rubbing his thigh pad, you think that his height might be in question, but just because of the nature of the shot he was playing, he was trying to slog it. I think that would have gone on to hit the top of leg stump, so good decision by umpire Muneeb Mughal, is currently behind the stumps.
Yeah, the first wicket down for the Lankans, the Sri Lankan Lions. We had a great little chat with their top bowler, who and that was, of course, Kamal Reyes, leading wicket taker of the series. We had a great chat with him in between the matches, as this one is wide outside off, and it's been thrown back onto the stumps. He's asking the question, is the batsman still behind the crease? Seemed to lose his way a little bit. But yeah, Kamal Reyes, he was kind of describing how the growth of cricket in Cyprus has really been aided by the ECN series being put on here in the previous few seasons. Certainly we can see some talent on display now. Although Taranga's gone, it's the Nagi has come out, and we know what kind of performance he put on in the last match, as this one is short outside off, and despite all the good words I said about him, he swings across the line, misses it completely, and it's a dot ball.
Certainly does. That was a good slower ball by Gurler Singh. Credit to him for that one. We just saw it tip down on Pritesh Deola. Did well to get hold of it. We've seen a lot of wicket keepers use their pads for some of those lower deliveries, and we've seen them go for byes as Liange goes across his stumps, and Gurler Singh bowls wider in response, but a bit too wide.
Yeah, he just seems to be at that stage in his cricket development, Singh, where when he gets it right, he gets it really right, and those balls are just a little bit too few and far between at the moment, but that's all about experience and just sticking to the processes, making sure your action's nice and straight, front arms coming down, pointing at where you want to put it. That's in a beautiful spot. It's been hit straight up in the air. All the fielders are coming around, but it's going to beat all of them, bouncing, and the batters go through for a single. That, well, it could have been a chance, but for that massive gap at cover, which is part of the plan, trying to entice the edge. but it was a bit to the detriment of the Amdocs there. They could have had a wicket, but no fielder was there to take the catch.
Absolutely hard in the mouth moment for Liange as Gurther Singh will try to round out this over. And this one's a catching opportunity for Hitesh Sodani, and it's popped out of his hands. And I'm pretty sure I saw something just fall off there. I wonder what that was.
Sunglasses, which are completely unnecessary at the moment in the dark.
I think it was a bandage on his finger. Yeah, that one. But you really expect Hitesh Sodani to take those catches. That's the second one he's dropped tonight. Normally, he's one of the safer pairs of hands out there in the field. And, oh, dear, I think that was the bandage.
Bandage on his finger, so he'll be feeling a bit rough after that. And at the end of that over, the fifth, the score is 74 for 1, and Kamara and Lanage out there, they're looking like they're settling in, as shaky as Lanage's been.
Absolutely, and Gurther Singh had a chance to get a couple of wickets, and that could have been quite a bowling change if he'd managed to get both the openers in that over. And I wonder just how different things could have been. You can go bang, bang, get two new batsmen out there who do need some time to settle in. Can help just curb that run rate as we see a little fielding swap. I think Hitesh Sodani has put down a few too many catches to remain at long on, and they're going to replace him with Gurther Singh. Sodani will instead be, don't want to use the word demoted, but sent to third man.
Yeah. Sent to the spectator's position. Yeah, it can make all the difference. A wicket, and often when you're batting and you're looking at your score and wondering how you're going, you add on 2 extra wickets because it can only take 2 deliveries for everything to change drastically. And it could have happened in that over had they held their catches. As this one is wide outside off from Parvesh. He's saying to the umpire that was inside the tram tracks. But the umpire says, no mate, this is how far you have to stand apart in a pandemic.
Certainly would love to have another look at that one. For my initial look, I thought it would be just inside the tram line, but I think we'll have to return to live action as Parvesh tries to bowl another legal delivery. This one hit very square of the wicket, just behind point. And in the end, it's a good bit of work by Vinod Savan to ensure that's just a single.
Yeah, Parvesh, he's also got a really interesting action, the left armour. This comes across, bowls quite a horizontal position, his arm as he comes in. That one is a wide outside off as well. So even coming over the wicket as a left armour, that hasn't helped him get his radar in tune. Comes in again, that's a much better ball. Slower delivery, deceives the batsman. Outside off, doesn't hit anything. The bat, the stumps, but it does find the keeper's gloves. And it's a dot ball.
Absolutely. If you can repeat that one and it's tailing onto the stumps, then would do his side a whole load of good, as BLCS Kumara does well on that occasion. Came forward to hit the big shot, noticed it wasn't there, and just knocked it to mid-off for a single.
Yeah, using his feet, always great to see. Shows a batsman's in very fine touch when they've got the feet moving. Coming down the pitch there. And Parvesh wants to watch out for that. Make sure he drops it in short if it does happen. This one is shorter. It's hit up in the air. But alas, to no fielders. Just trickles along the ground. Is collected there by Singh. And they run through for a single. So halfway through the 6th over, 79 for 1. They have managed to curb that run rate somewhat, but still going at a very good click, over 14 runs and over. As Parvesh comes in, they reckon they've heard something with that big swing, but the umpire remains unfazed. And Nage just having a little bit of a rest on the ground.
Absolutely. If you can catch a replay of that square angle for BLCS Kumar, I wonder if there was a chance for a run out over there, because Pritish Deol was convinced that he wanted to get BLCS Kumar run out one way or the other. He tried to knock the stumps down right after the wicket, as then we see Pankaj Parvesh run in for this ball, and well, he saw Kumar stepping across, but he went a bit too far down the leg side.
Yeah, stepping across, trying to change the line of the bowler and get in his head. Might have worked a little bit. Well, running him out, that's the only way that could get him in the last match, if I remember rightly. Once again, he steps across the offside, and this is a better ball, but called a wide by the umpire, which would induce a few questions from the bowler, but it's a very difficult job out there, umpiring. Got to make quick decisions.
Certainly is, and that'll be the 20th run of extras already, so about that's a quarter of Sri Lankan Lions runs coming of extras. And this one is not perfectly timed by BLCS Kumara, and a nice bit of fielding by Chete Shah. And is there a chance for a run out if this throws there?
Yes,
it certainly is, and he's gone. BLCS Kumara finally has to depart. Amdocs thought they had him a few times in that over, and finally he departs, and he can stop tormenting these Amdocs players after giving them a very torrid night. As we take a look at this delivery, nice work by Pritesh Deol, and a good throw by Chete Shah, and no way that BLCS Kumara is in. He's certainly run out of there.
Yeah, they've found his weak point, and they've managed to get his wicket, which is something that they have struggled with so far. And fantastic work by Shah out there. The throw was good, right over the stumps. Not too difficult for the keeper to take it and bring it down, take the bails off, and off he goes. BLCS Kumara. Well, he's played a fine couple of knocks tonight. That half century in the first match and 30-odd here now. Putting them in a very, very strong position. 80 for 1. And it's, excuse me, it's 82 for 1. Oh, 80 for 2, excuse me. 80 for the loss of 2 wickets. And coming out to bat now. Who have we got here, Nish?
Yeah, we've got Chamal Sadoon who's come in, and it's just shows you this formidable Sri Lankan Lion top order is just one major run getter after another. And well, what are we going to see here? We'll have the score updated for you as soon as we can, because looks like that Pankaj Parvesh over with 4 wides has thrown everyone off.
Yeah, it's going to be Singh coming on to bowl as well again.
Looks like it's Rahul Shukla is coming on to bowl. So
the skipper.
Let's see how he fares. We've seen him struggle a lot so far this tournament, and his struggles will continue. As Prashad Liange was like, where have you been all night? And he slogs him right over, long on as soon as he comes on to bowl the first delivery.
Yeah, he really plays that standard deliver shot fantastically. That was right in the block hole, straight out of the middle of the bat, straight down the ground, over everyone's head, into the olive groves. Great shot. This one from Shukla. Another wide down leg side. So it's 21 extras by my count.
Certainly, and very interestingly, we haven't seen Vimal Kanduri bowl whatsoever so far.
It's been their best bowler as well in the series. Wondering if he might be carrying an injury of some kind.
Yeah, I wonder if he is. And speaking of injuries, I would like to report that Saurabh Pungal is injured for Amdocs, and that's why he was replaced by Vinod Savant, who you saw fielding earlier. So Pungal, big fast bowler who bowled a couple of handy overs, is currently in the dugout because of an injury. And Rahul Shukla tries to tail one back into Liange, but not enough pace on it to trouble him, and he'll just hit that one to square leg and get a run.
He's getting a bit of movement in the air, Shukla, but just not quite fast enough to be putting it that short. Just needs to find that that spot in the channel just outside off and keep it there. But, struggling to do that at the moment. Here he comes in again. That one outside off, and it's pushed on the back foot through extra cover. Picked up, but they're running quickly through, and they managed to get 2 runs. That was fantastic running by the batsman. They picked that the fielder was not the quickest, nor with the best arm, and managed to call it pretty early, run through for 2. It's great batting.
Fantastic awareness, and just recognizing where the sort of gaps or maybe even the soft spots in the field are, as Chamal Sadoon just waits for this one. He launches it back to Rahul Shukla, who gets a wicket. That's his first wicket of the tournament. He can be mighty pleased with that one, because he's just taken the big run machine, Chamal Sadoon, out. And a little bit of joy for Amdocs in a night where they've been really bereft of it.
Yeah, he loved that, didn't he? It's always great. Taking a catch off your own bowling. Just really jumped up on him, took the top edge, didn't get much of it. No matter how hard he swung at it, caught the top edge, popped up in the air. Very easy catch in the end. And great for Shukla. Will do the confidence a world of good. So another wicket falls, 3 for 92, or 92 for 3, as you say on this side of the world. And that means that, well, it's a pretty intimidating total already with 3 and a bit overs remaining. But wandering out to the pitch now is Patirana. Nalin Patirana, he's striding out to the middle, come to join the party.
Well, we were talking about par scores at the start of this innings. The Sri Lankan Lions are already at a par score with 3.2 overs to spare. And you'd normally say that around 90-95 has typically been Amdocs' chasing range. So you're going to have to do something really special in these remaining overs. But do remember, there is a lot of drama because the Sri Lankan Lions want to win this game by 35 or 40 runs. As that's a nice bit of work by Rahul Shukla. He's responded well to that early 6 and a couple of wides to start his over.
Yeah, he got in a really nice spot there, and he is tailing it back in. So that managed to deceive the batsman. Surprised he didn't ask the question, to be honest with you. How close that was to hitting the pads in front of the stumps, but probably going a bit high. Oh, there's a no ball. There we go. We're just getting a confirmation from the umpires out there in the middle. They're just having a look at it.
Yeah, it looks like initially we thought it would be a dot ball, but yep, it's been given a no ball, and there's the free hit signal. So chance for Nalin Pathirana, the new man, the skipper himself, to get a free swing of the bat. It's skipper v skipper. Who's going to win? And the final ball of this over. That's goes for a big slog, but doesn't quite connect as sweetly as you'd have wanted to, and wants to push for a second, but the second run isn't on, and well, this over ends with a single. A fairly good over for the Sri Lankan Lions, but Rahul Shukla did get that very important wicket at Chamal Sadoon.
Yeah, it was a good ball for a free hit. Of course, you can't take a wicket on a free hit, but putting it in the block hole will certainly make the task tougher for the batsman to hit it anywhere of significance. And this one again, it just drifts up. That has been picked up, and it's straight into the hands of the fielder there at long on. It's a catch. They've taken a catch. I can't believe it. The the Amdocs, they've been grasping those catches all night, but this time very, very safe hands down there at long on, as this one was hoisted up into the air, straight down the ground. Could have gone for 6, but unfazed.
Absolutely, and this THT Fun taking the catch. He's one of the few Amdocs players who can really leave tonight with his head held high. We saw him bat pretty well in the first match, and he's also been involved in the 2 best bits of fielding we've seen so far in this innings. That run out where he got BLCS Kumar out, and there taking a brilliant catch to get Prasad Liange out. So a few wickets falling in that over, a couple of wickets, and I don't think Rahul Shukla would have minded that one too much, as we get to see Ruan Jayakodi come late in the innings, and we've seen that he's capable of swinging the bat around. He made a quick fire 25 of 9 against the Nicosia Tigers, and let's see if he can repeat some of that again.
Yeah, it looks like Vimal Kanduri might be coming on to bowl now. We haven't seen him yet tonight. The leading wicket taker so far in the series for Amdocs. But yeah, Shah, I think he's performed very admirably today, Shah, with the bat and in the field. As you said, 2 great pieces of work as Vimal comes in, and that one's hit straight up in the air, and it's a dropped chance. Don't drop your head too much with that. That was a tough one. Sitting up in the lights there. We know those lights shine in at eye level, and would have been a great catch.
Certainly, we were talking about how Hitesh Shah might be one of the players who will leave with his head held high. Well, Hitesh Tadani will put down his 3rd catch of tonight, and he's gone for a few too many runs. I think he's someone who will want this night to end as soon as it can, as Vimal Kanduri runs back into bowl to Jayakodi, who's facing his first delivery, and that one, I think he just darted that one in. That was a quicker delivery, which just deceived Jayakodi a little bit.
Yeah, it's great to see the variation he's got. Kunduri as he comes in again, and this one just changing the pace up again just a little bit, putting in the same spot and deceiving the batsman. Goes through to the keeper for no run.
Absolutely, and that one took a nasty bounce off the surface. It's a good thing it hasn't struck Dale on the chin or something, as that was another bottom edge. And it's good bowling so far by Vimal Kunduri. He's just getting these dot balls in and trying to sneak in a quiet eighth over, as Nolan Pathirana will have a quick word with Jayakoti.
Yeah, he's just darting them in, isn't he? Not really putting much drift on the ball, just trying to land it on a good length and angling across the right-hander, coming from over the wicket. But this one's hit up in the air. There's a man coming around, but is he going to get there? No, he's not. It rolls on the ground. They're coming back for two. The throw is coming in, and there's a chance at a run out. But the keeper could not be quick enough, but they're coming back for a third. That is some really quick running. It is a bit of a comedy of errors. They've gone for another overthrow, and there could be another run out here, but and he's tripped over the bowler. It's all happening, folks. It's all happening out here. I've never seen anything like it. That was a little bit village. Overthrow after overthrow after overthrow, and then another overthrow.
The only thing village the only thing about that wasn't village was the running between the wickets by the Sri Lankan Lions. I think we saw village side going up against a county side on this occasion. As well, that was Pritesh Dale got a bit too eager over there. Then Hitesh Sodani had a pretty forgettable night, misses one, and then Girdhar Singh, well, he just missed that one. He was really interested in trying to get a run. As finally one connects, but
he's out. They finally got the run out. Sorry, Nish. I can't believe that.
No, absolutely. That was unbelievable stuff. A real
on?
Comedy of errors. I think we're all getting some bit of late night laughter looking at this Amdocs side's attempts at getting these runouts.
Yeah, just as you're describing how good the running's been, they decide to run themselves out. So the ball comes in, hits it onto his pads, heads off with a quick single. Keeper comes in, throws it at the stumps. Bowler is too busy appealing for the LBW. But just looks back in time to see that the ball rockets into the stumps. Batsman's caught short, and he's gone.
Absolutely. If I was Mohamed Arslan there, I'm pretty glad that he's got run out. I don't think the bowler would have liked to get out of that delivery without some kind of a wicket falling for his side. That was one of the more animated appeals I've seen from Amdocs.
Could have been a long-term strategy. Get them feeling safe, running between the wicket, and then just run them out. So don't forget tomorrow, folks, we don't have any cricket on here, as we're having a day off in this, but the championship week of that amazing series in Malaga is happening, day 1 of 5 of the round robin. You've got Belgium versus Italy, Netherlands 11 versus Spain, Belgium versus Austria, Netherlands 11 versus Italy, and then the England 11 versus Spain. Don't forget to tune into that. And all on the YouTube channel. Join in on the chat as this one's clobbered up in the air and some safe hands finally as the ball falls into the cow corner and is ably taken out there.
Certainly is. That's a great bit of work by Shrikant Kominapalapu. Have a bit of fun trying to pronounce that surname. As this one, well, it was a rank full toss, but I think Rahul Shukla has been getting very fortunate with his wickets. I think he'll be mighty pleased that he's managed to pull 3 wickets out of his hat in this innings. As well, he doesn't often get wickets, but well, it seems like wickets come in bunches for a lot of these bowlers.
Yeah. And the hundreds come up as well, so that's a milestone reach for the Lankans. Yeah, I love the way that the names flow off your tongue there, Nish. But as someone with a very complicated Hungarian last name, I don't feel bad about mispronouncing others. As this one is outside off stump and tailing away. It's a big swing and a miss, and keeper doing some very fancy work there, running in and trying to run the batsman out, but to no avail. So it's a dot ball.
Well, I wouldn't call it the most complicated Hungarian name. If you ever pull out a map of Hungary and try to pronounce the names of some of the cities, that's quite a challenge.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's not the easiest language, but no, I don't think I've ever had anyone pronounce my name properly first time.
Wegistani.
No, incorrect. No. But a good try, Nish Bart.
As we both continue to struggle to pronounce each other's surnames, I think we'll have a little bit of a surname pronouncing clinic during the innings break, as we just see Kamal Reyes, who we often see with the ball in hand, try to give it a go with his batting. He's also one of the only players I've seen wearing an arm guard, so good to see the bowler protecting his arms as for the extravagant stroke there. And I think it's going to be a bit of a challenge for the Sri Lankans to produce runs at this late stage of the innings. I think they went a bit too hard and lost more wickets than they would have liked.
Yeah, and it could be costly with the net run rate required for them to make the finals. As he dances down the pitch, Kamal, well, he has spanked that straight, but there's a fielder out there giving protection at long on. So he only gets the single, but I like the footwork, I like the intent, and I like the straight hitting. And Shukla, well, he's got some pretty good figures for this match. Shukla, 3 for 14 of nearly his last ball coming up now, and that one's short, and it's been pulled up, and away. We're just getting confirmation here.
Yeah, it's a dot ball.
It's a dot ball.
It's a dot ball.
Nothing
A slower delivery that was collected by the keeper. And I think Nalan Pathirana, well, looks like he didn't just throw himself off a bit too much with that. Looks like he's thrown you off as well.
Yeah, definitely.
That one just sneaked away to Pritish Deol as that over ends with just one run and a wicket. When often do you see that in the penultimate over of an innings? And absolutely, the Sri Lankan Lions want to win this game by 35 to 40 runs, and I think they've just recognized that they might have gone a bit too hard for their liking. As, of course, do you remember they made 117 in the last match? They'll need 11 more to get there. As this one's just clubbed down by Kamal Reyes, and I think he's done the right thing to get Nalan Pathirana on strike, that recognized batsman out of these two.
Yeah, it's always the risk, isn't it? Going hard, trying to get the score up, but then the wickets start tumbling. Unbelievable effort by Shukla, the opposing captain, taking 3 wickets. As this one is hoisted away down to Cow's corner, but there's a man out there. They come back for the second. They know they need every run they can get now. Kandari has commenced his second over. Very difficult bowler to get away. The way he just darts it in there, that one he gives a little bit more air to, but too much to the offside. It's a wide, so not great for Amdocs.
Absolutely, you're right to talk about how he just darts the ball in. Usually in this shorter format of the game, spinners especially are a lot less eager to fight that delivery, as Pathirana was looking for a wide there as well, but I think that one was inside the tram line. As we see Kanduri come back for the third ball. This one takes a bit of a bottom/inside edge, and it'll be very easily fielded by the man at fine leg. Oh, not the best throw. Was that really necessary? But in the end, that's just a needless run out, and they might just run them out for a second time for safety's sake.
Safe.
Really safe at both ends.
I believe so. Yep. So the non-striking batsman runs down to try to get the single. The striking batsman who's hit it decides not to go for anything. They go for the run out there, ricochets off the stumps, giving the non-striking batsman time to run back. It's been an interesting match for the running that's going on here.
Oh,
yeah, he was home there. and very good work to get back by Kamal. And that one, that's been hoisted away. Can we get confirmation there, Nish? Up and away. It's a 6.
I think Mate up there in the camera tower can confirm that one. I think it just went by him, and absolutely, I think talk about interesting running between the wickets. I'd say that's also known as a typical day for Amdocs at the office.
Yeah,
you know, it's just been that sort of a tournament for them. They're always involved in many of these incidents, and they often talk about the fact that they just need to dominate these moments better, but that really is what separates the good sides and the great sides. It's your ability to control those moments. Will there finally be another run out for Amdocs? There will. Well, that's the final ball of the over, so the Sri Lankan Lions were always going to run for it. And in the end, they managed to post a bigger total than they did in the last match, so an improvement for the Sri Lankan Lions. And they are looking well set to try to get that 35 to 40 run win they need to make it to the second spot.
Yeah, well short there, and a good piece of fielding in the end of the day. Looking for that second, or that extra run. And they'll be disappointed to have lost the 6 wickets, but in the end, they made a bigger total than they had in the previous match. So that's a great effort. 7 wickets they lost. So some fine work there by the Sri Lankan Lions as this innings got going, and it was Turanga who really set the tone, along with BLCS. They played some shots, some beautiful ramp shot kind of cuts down to third man and backward of point. Found the boundary plenty in the opening stages of that innings. As we can see here, the Amdocs, they couldn't do much right. And the ball was skipping and hopping and twisting and spinning away from them all over the place as the gaps were found and the fence was reached.
Certainly at that stage, they were absolutely flying. We were wondering whether they'd post something around 140 or 150 as you take a look at Sajida Thuranga. That was one of 4 boundaries he hit in the BLCS Kamara. Well, we were talking about how sometimes it gets a bit too obsessed hitting it to the leg side, but certainly not tonight. He showed us that he's got that deftness and worked a few very nicely to third man. And there was Sora Pungal, who unfortunately got injured tonight. And then, well, we saw Amdocs try a few of these innovative strokes, and it took Thuranga from the Sri Lankan Lions to finally master one.
Yeah, showing them how to do it. Probably the shot of the day for mine, just picking up the line the length and lifting it over everyone's head behind him, as well as some fine work through the covers. And a very dominant display in the end by the Sri Lankan Lions, even though in the middle orders it was bowlers like Singh. He lost his way at the start, but in the end managed to finally pick up a wicket. This one here, how is that? Plum, said the umpire. And that was the end of Taranga. So, yeah, and then Shukla. Well, this is the bowling performance that we were all waiting for. Is even though he got smacked around a little bit, managed to take 3 wickets despite a few drop catches as well. And then, of course, there was the run-outs. There were a few of them, but there were also a few that certainly were not sort of made the most of.
Certainly was. Chete Shah was a standout in the field, involved in a run out and another good catch as this one. Rashad Lianga going up there, and at Chete Shah might not have been able to catch that one, but he took a pretty good catch. As Prashad Lianga made 10 of 7. And then we take a look at this one. Chamal Sadoon, there it was. Rahul Shukla taking that catch. Nothing better for the skipper. Cotton bowled Rahul Shukla. That was the case for Chamal Sadoon. And really, it was in these overs, these crucial 8th and 9th over, where only 6 runs won in those overs. And the Sri Lankan Lions lost 2 wickets after that Chamal Sadoon wicket you just saw. The 4 overs preceding that went for 32 runs. As Hitesh Sidani, well, he had a pretty forgettable night in general. Struggled with the ball in hand and with his fielding. And Pritesh Deol, well, I think we saw a comedy of errors. This was some village cricket stuff by Amdocs. And in the end, Sri Lankan Lions managed to run for 4 runs somehow. And this wasn't at the MCG or anything.
Yeah, no, that's the best thing I've ever seen, I think. That's never seen anything quite like that. Ending with actually tripping the batsman up, having him fall over himself. And then another wicket there for Shukla, which was well earned. And we can see there that the yeah, well, I've got to say that Deol, he's stayed completely on it. The wicketkeeper, he's been up and about. He's been chasing down balls himself. He's been talking to his teammates, keeping them up and about, and getting involved generally. You can see that with the amount of club work that he did, getting those run-outs and finishing up the innings. So 118 was the total put on by the Sri Lankan Lions, and it will be up to the Amdocs to somehow muster something beyond what they've managed so far in this series. And we'll be back with all that action in a little while. Ciao for now.
welcome back to Ipsanas for the final innings of tonight's doubleheader here in the Fancoat European Cricket T10 in Cyprus. As we take a look at the Sri Lankan Lions coming onto the field, well, they'll be eyeing a big victory, of course. Do remember that the Sri Lankan Lions are eyeing that second spot as they look to pip the Black Caps and make it to the final. Do remember, there's only 2 spots up for grabs to make it to that final, and the Sri Lankan Lions and the Black Caps are currently neck and neck in that race. Of course, the Nicosia Tigers have now dropped out of that race. There is no way they can make it to the final from here, as of course they'll be very nervously looking over their shoulder at the Cyprus Eagles, who do have to play 6 matches in the final week of action in Cyprus, which begins from Tuesday. And we take a look at Amdocs coming out to bat. Looks like there's been a slight change in the opening order. I don't think we're going to see Pankaj Parvesh. It looks like THT Shah will open, but alongside, looks like it's going to be Verma. So Verma has been given plenty of opportunities by Amdocs, and it's about time he reciprocates that favor and scores some big runs. Well, the equation from here for the Sri Lankan Lions to make it to that final is 35 to 40 runs. That's all they need. They need to look to win by 35 to 40 runs, and that is exactly what all Black Caps players and Black Caps fans tuning into the stream will be thinking about. They're going to be cheering Amdocs on and hoping that they can get to a total of about 90. That's really where the Black Caps want Amdocs to get to. So much to play for in this final innings of tonight.
Yeah, there is, Nash. So much to play for in the Amdocs. For them, it's pride. And it all starts right here, as that ball is full and spanked straight down the ground, but found the one fielder outside of the ring. So they only get the one single. And yeah, it's Vermo who's come out to bat. That's an interesting call. But I'm glad Shah is out there. He showed a lot of capability in the last match. It's been a shining light for them tonight. But it's Verma on strike as he plays a pretty traditional style drive, not quite middling it, finding the fielder, but nonetheless managing to scamp through for a single as it runs out to cover. And so they move to 2.
Of course, it's a Mahesh Kamage bowling. We drew lots of comparison between him and another very famous Sri Lankan international bowler, Lasith Malinga, as they take a look at that slingshot action. Gotta say, though, he's really struggled these first 3 deliveries, and he's very fortunate to have only given up 3 runs. He's bowled 2 full tosses and one, very wide, fuller delivery that really should have been dispatched. We take a look at this one. Oh, that's pretty painful, though. I think it's just hit the top of the pad and avoided his thigh.
Yeah, it was a bit funny, that one. It looked like it was heading for his head, and it dipped down at the last minute to hit the pads, as that one is wide outside off, called as such by the umpire, and they'll be happy to take those extras. They'll need every run they can, of course. They gave away 27 extras, was it, in their own innings?
Absolutely. They gave up tons of extras, 29 extras.
29 extras, yeah.
It's almost a fifth of runs for Sri Lankan Lions. As we see, Kamage is really struggling this over. I think that's a fantastic throw by Nalan Pathirana, but the umpire at square leg shakes his head, Muhammad Ursulan, and says that's not out. But a nice bit of fielding by the Sri Lankan Lions, and they're already showing they can throw the ball a lot better than Amdocs can during these runouts. That's very smart work by THT Shah. Recognized the opportunity and was quick to pounce on it.
Yeah, it's an interesting strategy. Bowl the ball as wide as you can, entice them to go for the single and try to run them out. That's it's one way to go about it, but I like what Amdocs are doing here. They realise that their pride is contingent on trying to stop the Sri Lankan Lions meeting this required net run raise. That's another full toss, and it's been pulled away, and that is 4 runs. First boundary of the innings.
And you think with Gamage's bowling so far this over, he'd have been hit for a few more boundaries. That's the 3rd full toss already this over, and they've all been right up there to hit. And I think Amdocs really needs to be a bit more ruthless and try to punish these poorer deliveries. Of course, that's what T10 cricket is about. You know, it's about latching on to every opportunity and making some of the 10 run overs go for 20, 25.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got to punish the bad balls, and you've got to turn some of the okay balls into bad balls, and they have not succeeded as yet. But that is another rankful toss, and no ball. Dangerous bowling, if you ask me. Heading right for his face. Did well to get the bat in front of it, and with the return throw, they managed to scamper through for another run. So not too bad. Shah, he moves to 7.
Absolutely, it's been very poor bowling by Mahesh Kamage. He's bowled 4 or 5 full tosses in his first over, giving up, that's the 3rd extra he's bowled this over, 2 wides and a no ball. He really needs to get his act together. And Sri Lankan Lions, do remember, they are trying to keep Amdocs under 90 runs, so they can't afford to be giving out too many runs. As Chete Shah gets a hold of this free hit, he hits it straight to Chamal Sadunu, who takes the catches. I'm sorry, Sri Lankan Lions fans behind me. That's a free hit. That won't be out.
Yeah, it's unfortunate when you're having a nice chat. Watch up, see a catch be taken, think you've got a wicket, but it's a free hit. So not too bad in the end for Amdocs. And nicely taken, though. It was a good catch out there by Shadun, which is disappointing for him because he has not been great in the field today, and the one time he hangs on to one, it's a free hit. As that one is fuller on the stumps, but manages to catch the outside edge, run down to 3rd man, who manages to stop it with his kneecap. And there's so much intent by the batters to just run as many as they can that they're almost catching themselves short of the crease. That could have been another run out, but safe to say he was home.
Absolutely. I think in the end, the Sri Lankan Lions will be happy to have escaped from this over without giving up. I think we'll just wait for confirmation for how many of that over went for. 15. I think they'll be pretty pleased it only went for 15. That could easily have been one of those massive game-changing 20, 25 run over. And although Amdocs might be happy they've gone 15 runs, I think they should also look at it as an opportunity missed.
Yeah, I think you're right there, Nish. That was really an over of not great quality from the bowling side. And Amdocs will be feeling that they are indeed, probably 10 runs short of what they should have got with that. But you never know, another few overs like this. We've still got 2 overs remaining in the power play where only 2 fielders are allowed outside the inner circle. As that one is slog swept down to the man at cow corner.
Certainly, and we see Ruan Jayakody come into bowl. He's a fantastic mystery spinner, but we saw him struggle a bit in the first match. Gave up a few too many runs for his liking. And this time around, let's see if he can turn things around and bowl significantly better. Went for 25 in the first match. That's not what we're typically accustomed to seeing from him, and that one seems to have cleaned him up. And he just got that one to spin back into, let's say, away from Chete Shah. That was the leg spinner. And Chete Shah, who batted superbly well in the first match, has to depart. Let's take a look at this one. And dear me, that's a hit wicket.
Hit wicket.
My original instinct was that it was a hit wicket, but I thought, surely not. And, well, it is a hit wicket. We've seen the first ever hit wicket of this tournament in Cyprus. And, well, it's pretty funny that Amdocs have to be the first team to do it.
I'd like to have a look at that replay again if we can, because I've got a feeling that the ball hit the wickets as well. Let's just see here. No, it didn't. It was all bat. Yeah, absolutely. So disappointing for Shah. Just came way too far back in his crease and trying to sweep it. Just swung the bat around, cluttered into his stumps, got himself out. Really disappointing for him. He's batted very well so far tonight, but it's all over. And he can return at least with his head held high, leaving this job to his teammates. So 131 out there. Akash Verma. He's been joined by the man with the second most difficult name to pronounce, for an Australian commentator, Komiripo Lepo. How'd I go there?
Well, I think it's a slightly better attempt than mine, or we'll find out. Of course, we should ask the man himself how he likes his surname pronounced. But yeah, I think Chete Shah can go off and play a bit of T-ball And when he just smacked that one straight onto his stumps as Giacotti comes in. This one was a lot straighter, took a nasty bounce, but Siriwardena has done very well to get hold of that one, and Srikanth will scramble across to the other end.
Yeah, fantastic bit of fielding. It really popped up off the crease. It was going away from him, but he had reflexes like a cat, managed to pull it in. As that one drifts down leg side, beats the keeper, and they're going to go through for 2 wides. Yep.
I wonder, though, if this little bit of a change from Amdocs' batting order suggests that they do believe that this target is just a bit out of reach for them. I think that's the last thing that Black Caps fans will want to listen to, that Amdocs have resigned to the fact that their fate is settled. There's a lot on the line in this match in terms of outcome for this tournament. There is a bit of Giacotti's mystery spin. I think a lot of us would have thought that was going to be a leg spinner, but turned back into him. That was the off spinner. As we see him bowl another one. This time goes a bit too full, but it's struck straight to Sadoun. Well, he's an absolutely talented fielder, a real live wire in the field. And this time when he takes hold of the catch, it isn't a free hit. It does matter. And Amdocs, well, they lose a couple of quick wickets.
Yeah, good safe hands there, and just not quite getting a full hold of it. Feel like it was there for the hitting, but seemed to just turn a little bit, catch a little bit of the top side of the bat, and straight to the fielder, straight down his throat. Wicket falls, and it's looking like they might have resigned themselves to the fact that they can get home a little bit early here if they just don't keep their batting lineup in order.
Don't know what traffic they have to worry about at almost quarter to 11 local time, but well, Amdocs would want to get an early night and try to get to work early tomorrow. We see Vimal Kanduri come out to bat for Amdocs.
Joining Komi Ripa Lapu. Komi Ripa Lapu. I'm just going to keep practicing that all night.
Or you can just call him Srikanth like I do. As Giacotti bowls the final delivery of his over. And once again, I think he just deceived Vimal Kanduri a bit. Thought he anticipated the leg spinner, but that one turned back into him as at the end of 2 overs. Amdocs have 21 runs, but they've lost a couple of important wickets. Both their openers have been sent back to the dugout. And, well, it's really going to have to be Vimal Kanduri from here. He's going to have to play a pretty special innings, not just for his side, but for everyone else is going to be watching this game very keenly, whether you support the Mouflons, the Eagles, or the Black Caps.
Yeah, a lot on the line, and disappointing for the Black Caps because they worked really hard last night to put themselves in a position of taking a top 2 spot in the standings, but by the looks of it, they will be usurped after tonight's proceedings. Of course, you can get all that information on our website, europeancricket.com, folks. More cricket than you can poke a stick at. More cricket than you can poke a cricket bat at, and that's just what Komaripa Lapu has tried to do, as he gets an under edge, bit of a French cut down to the man at a backward square leg. They can run through for a single.
Absolutely, it's the impact maker. Buddhika Mahesh has been brought into the attack. He often follows up Giacotti. And let's see how he fares against Vimal Kanduri. This can be a very important battle in the context of this match. That one's certainly sliding down the leg side. It's probably going to be leg byes. Let's wait for the umpire's confirmation. There we go. As Vimal Kanduri has to wait a little longer to get off the mark.
Yeah, it was a good ball, except it just tailed back in too much and veering down the leg side. But if you can do that again, but just shift a little bit to the offside, he's in with a chance for the LBW shout. That one's shorter, more on the money, but a bit shorter, and the cross bat slog from Komaripa Lapu.
Absolutely, but he got the line there, right there, exactly as you stated. Just shifted it a little further to the offside, and that time when it tailed back into Srikanth, that's what I'll call him, it's a little harder for him to play, as we see Buddhika Mahesh come in to bowl his fourth delivery. Of course, do remember the extras aren't credited to the bowler, that's why he's still at 0. And oh, that's a nice bit of footwork by Saman Kumar out there at third man. I think there's a few football players, a few Premier League stars would be impressed with that kind of control.
Yeah, it was pretty good. Not advisable to any youngsters out there. If you do that at cricket training, your coach will go absolutely bonkers. But as it stands out here, they have managed to save a few runs with the ankles.
Here's a Budikamesh running in for the fifth delivery. That's a low full toss, but it's straight to Roshan Siriwardena at cover, and that's an excellent catch. Held onto his nerve and held onto the catch. Shrikant has to depart having made just 3 runs, and Amdocs are floundering early. And this is going to be very grim viewing for a number of cricket fans, for all sorts of teams they're depending on Amdocs' performance tonight.
Yeah, grim viewing for them. Not bad for us, because we don't really need to pronounce it Komaripalopu anymore. But he's gone back to the pavilion. And it's going to be all down to Kanduri now, but he's only faced 2 balls, got no runs. And they didn't cross over, so he's still at the non-striker's end.
Yeah, it looks like we see Pritesh Deol come into bat next. This is going to be the most important partnership of this match for Amdocs. It's the 2 most accomplished run getters for Amdocs out there together, and if these 2 can't get it going, then you really feel that Amdocs' fate is sealed, as Pritesh Deol going for that iconic shot, which he attempts 10 times, but only seems to connect on once.
Yeah, it was a good piece of bowling from IS though. Put it right on a good line and had a good length. Tempted the batsman to go on the back foot, but just kind of jumped up at him and unable to make any contact. So having a bit of a conference out there. As the umpire just makes sure that everything is in order. Yeah, and Deol, he's done a great job with the gloves, Deol. I've been really impressed with his energy in the field, despite his team really being on the back foot. And they're going to need some of that energy out there if they are to make any inroads into this total. As that one is, again, directed just outside the off stump and slapped back down the pitch to the bowler for no run.
Absolutely. Deol is the heart and soul of Amdocs. Even between matches, he's an absolute joy to work with. He's always really enjoying his cricket, interacting well with a lot of our crew over at the European Cricket Network. As this one obviously hit the stumps, but goes down to long off, where it is fielded well by Mahesh Kamage, the wonderful Lasith Malinga-esque bowler. Let's take another look at this one. Well, I'm pretty sure the umpire is glad there was a set of stumps in front of him. Ahmed Arslan might have been in a bit of trouble if that one was hurtling at him.
Yeah, he put his hands in the right position, though, to protect the most valuable parts of himself.
Doesn't have any children, does he? Young 23-year-old man.
Well, he's still got a chance now, thanks to his those stumps. That one is cut through the covers, and they run through for the single. Yeah, it's fantastic. Seems like a fantastic community, the Cypriot cricket community here. A lot of great characters. And all coming together for this fantastic series. As that one's a full of ball and driven beautifully down the ground. That is straight as a die, and it beats the fielder there despite the excellent diving attempt to stop it. It trickles over the boundary, and it's 4 runs to Kanduri.
Well, and even if Chamal Sadoun can't keep one out, you know it's a very well struck stroke. This one goes as straight as a beeline, doesn't hit the stumps on this occasion for Vimal Kanduri, and Chamal Sadoun puts in an exceptional effort, and unfortunately for him, hits the boundary rope, but got to give him A for effort.
Yeah, it takes a brave man to dive on this pitch, that's for sure.
Certainly on that side with very little grass on it, as Vimal Kanduri just knocks one for a single to that very man, Chamal Sadoun, who's just everywhere. He's a part of everything good that these Sri Lankan Lions do. Batting, bowling, fielding. There isn't anything he isn't good at. As we see Jayakody come in to round off this over. Pritesh Deol gets on the back foot, judged the length very well. Will he get a boundary? No, he won't, because there's a man out there to cut that one out. And it will bring this over to an end, which went for 8 runs. So a very decent over for Ruwan Jayakody. He won't mind that one bit. And he'll end with much improved figures from the last match of 2 for 14. So we got to see more of him, and we'll get to see more of Amdocs on Tuesday night. Of course, do remember, we have no cricketing action tomorrow in Cyprus, as well, we all need a chance to catch our breath from this riveting action over here. And they'll face the Cyprus Eagles, who we'll see for the first time since the 21st of September, or in a very tight race. And trying to get to one of those top 4 spots that make it to a playoff match. Of course, all that is live from 4 o'clock GMT, 6 o'clock Central European Time, and 9:30 IST as we return to live action, and Buddhika Mahesh has been brought back into the attack.
And a good first ball, first up from Boudica. That's Buddhika Mahesh, of course, not Boudica, the ancient English Celtic queen. And he delivered that one straight and at the stumps. It's a great name, Boudica. And he's putting in a pretty great performance in this over. A couple of dot balls in a row.
Guessing only your second favorite name tonight.
Yeah, I've got a few. I'm building a list. I'm enjoying it. Bit of nomenclature. It's always fun.
And Dale going for that ramp shot. He attempted a few in the last match. Just like in that game, it doesn't come off for him.
It's, looks like those pads that he's wearing as well are just those are the longest pad straps I've ever seen. And see, most batsmen, they want to keep everything as tight as possible because, you know, you don't want any reason for the umpire to hear a noise, a ball hitting a pad strap or anything, but those things are floating about 3 foot away from him.
Certainly are. I wonder what sort of legs those were made for. And we see Buddhika Mahesh run into bowl the 4th delivery. He's only been hit for 3 runs as he's well into his 2nd over.
An amazing spell. One for 4 now. Of only 2 deliveries left in his spell. Is as good a piece of T10 bowling as you can see. As he puts that one at a length, but a little bit wide, and it's slapped it down into point, and they managed to run through for 2. Good running by the batsman. Bit of a fumble out there at point.
Certainly, and I think the equation that Sri Lankan Lions fans will be looking at right now is Amdocs need a 55 or probably 45 to potentially knock us out of this runnings for those top 2 spots. I think that's really what people are looking at. I think at this stage, it's very hard to see Amdocs getting to 120, but on most sides we're looking at is, can they make it to somewhere between 80 to 90? And
well, there's two members of their team that could actually challenge that. It seems to be these two. Kanduri, he just played a lovely deft shot behind square leg there. Straight bat off the pads.
yeah, as you can just see, every single person in that Sri Lankan Lions camp, they're all looking at that scoreboard very closely. I think they're all well aware of the fact that that net run rate is going to be a big factor. Although this required looks very high and it's ballooned to over 16.5. There's plenty of play for in these late stages. Jamal Sadoun brought into the attack and bowls a beautiful Yorker, which Vimal Kanduri does well to block out.
Yeah, he did really well there. That was a fantastic ball, and Dul did really great job to keep it out. As this next delivery is in a good channel, a bit wide of off stump, but at a very good length, and Diol is unable to execute the drive properly. There's a Kanduri. That's Kanduri on strike. As he has taken a top edge, it's gone down to 3rd man. He's taken a very safe catch, and he is gone. That is Kanduri out. Despite what the graphic on our screen might say, that was Kanduri, who was tempted into that drive, unable to get his foot to the pitch of the ball. As a result, it took the top edge over the keeper's head and into the hands of the man at 3rd man.
Certainly, Saman Kumar is doing very well at that 3rd man position. We saw him take a brilliant catch against the Nicosia Tigers, diving to his right one-handed. And after struggling a bit at that 3rd man position at the start of the tournament, he's really coming into his element, is looking very strong, as if he's solidified that position. Of course, we would like to apologize for some of that confusion. It was Vimal Kanduri who's been on strike throughout that over. Number 12, Pritesh Dayal, has been watching from the other end as Hitesh Thadani is brought into the attack. That's a full toss by Chamal Sudin, and also a no ball. I think Thadani is going to be very disappointed he hasn't hit that one. It was a very tentative stroke. But I think what's really concerning here is the situation with Nalan Pathirana. He seems to have hurt himself, and that's the Sri Lankan Lions skipper. We hope he's okay.
Yeah, didn't hit the bat, but it certainly hit him right above the kneecap, and that is a corky and a half by the looks of it. Gonna have to get some ice on that eventually.
Well, absolutely a few rubbing of the thighs going on here as we think about how painful a blow that must have been for Nalan Pathirana. No surprise seeing all the team huddle around their captain. He's really the soul of this side. He's led them so well to be in this position where the Sri Lankan Lions have a chance at winning it all, going to a final, of course. Do remember the Sri Lankan Lions came in 3rd place last August. They made a brilliant run to get to that 3rd place playoff match, and they upset the Nicosia Tigers. And we were all talking about at the start of this tournament, are we going to see an improved Sri Lankan Lions side? Have they added that hitting, that power that will propel them to a final? Well, they certainly have, and here they are with a very solid chance of making it to a final. Just it's been great to see this side just develop over the year and become what they are right now.
Yeah, tough stuff by the skipper. Copying that knock, I'll tell you what though, as this ball sort of comes in, and that's a rank full toss wide outside leg. And yeah, it's great work by Pathirana to get up, and there'll be a free hit coming up after that. It was a no ball as well. But I'll tell you what, if he thinks it hurts now, wait till he's lying in bed tonight, and it is throbbing at that leg where he's been hit, as the free hit itself is driven on the onside along the ground, and they just get the single. Yeah, it's I don't know if it hit his kneecap maybe, a little bit above, a little bit of bone maybe, but yeah, certainly a corky can really get worse as the night gets on.
Certainly
get some ice on that.
Certainly it's pretty low down the thigh, because I was just taking a look at him. He was rubbing that bit down there, as this Chamal sitting over is going a bit longer than he would have wanted. That's 3rd extra already. He's going to come back into Balta Preeters Dayal. What's they all going to do here? Once again, that's already the 3rd or 4th full toss he's bowled, as this one's heading straight to the commentary tent.
Great shot. Who's got it, Nish? You or me? It's going to be neither of us. That was the hello there. That's us. Over here in the dark, having fun. Trying to avoid being hit by a cricket ball. Had enough of them in my life.
Yeah, we're just waiting for our opportunity to do a bit of fielding and make our case for playing for one of these sides, but unfortunately our audition attempt never quite came.
Well, I'm really aware I did it once. Tried to field the cricket ball and forgot I had a headset on my head, connected by cable, as this one is put down behind point. So really tempted to go for the dive. I'm just really aware that we've got a bunch of Croatians in a production cabin next to us who are very, very sensitive about their equipment. Don't want to be causing anything to fall to the ground. That was a beautiful drive, the ball before that last one. That chance went down. Lovely cricket show.
Certainly, speaking of equipment, we used to have a cat that used to walk all around here, around the field, and that cat used to frequently go into that little the cabin where we've got Daniel Milkovic along with Ivan Puliak right now. And I really have, that cat's just gone missing the past few days. I have a theory about what Daniel might have done to that cat.
Yeah, I might have to wait till the kids have gone to bed, although it is probably late enough to hear what that theory is, Nish. But yeah, very, very lovely blokes. Our production team, big thanks to them, Spring Productions. Do a great job all over Europe for us, including learning about the game of cricket. So,
certainly do. We've got Ivan's becoming quite a developing cricketer himself. He's out here during every single match break, trying to get some of his batting in, and it'd be great to see him go back to Croatia and take some of that cricketing knowledge with him and develop cricket in that absolutely beautiful country of Croatia. As Roshan Siriwarden has come into the attack, this one's a bit of a top edge right there, Stadani. There's another catching opportunity, but in the end, I think he really should have left it for Chamal Sadoun. He's the more qualified of the fielders, and he did so well to run in there.
yeah, it's a tough one. You want to give it to the fielder who's running directly towards it, not running back. But at the end of the day, they became aware, and like you said, that was Shadun, and they became aware of each other, and I think a little bit wary of not knocking each other out. So in the end, the catch is not taken. And that's why communication is so important. That's what training is all about.
Here comes Siriwarden on the ball, the fourth delivery. Dale will just knock that one to cover. Or the man who was just involved in that catching opportunity, Mahesh Kamage, will come and toss that one back to Siriswardana. Of course, what they're looking at right now, oh, this is beautifully played by Hitesh Tadani. He's often played that stroke with great proficiency.
That was a great shot. Beautiful shot. Picked up the line and the length so well, moved across the offside and just hoisted it behind square leg. And that's gone all the way. So, big 6 for Hitesh.
Absolutely, and of course that won't help the Sri Lankan Lions whatsoever. Remember, they are not looking at that target of 120. As that's a wide, could be some extra runs. The Sri Lankan Lions do need to get their act together. They shouldn't get too complacent. They need to keep the bigger picture in mind that they want to keep Amdocs under 85, under 80 and 90. That's what they're looking at. And right now, Amdocs are just 27 runs away from 80.
Yeah, that's the one we've got to be looking at. It's a good way of putting it. About 20, 25, 27 runs. Very doable in 3 overs.
Comes Siriswardana. This is another wider delivery, so this over going for a few too many runs for the Sri Lankan Lions' liking, and Siriswardana is normally so economical. He comes in, he's one of those bowlers that you say doesn't worry too much about pace, just wants to get it on the right line and length. And this one's too short. He digs it in far too short. Doesn't have enough pace to bother Petersdale. He'll stroke it away for only his second boundary of the innings. And there might be a little bit of concern growing amongst those Sri Lankan Lions because they've got their eyes on the bigger prize.
Yeah, and this is the beauty of cricket, isn't it? It's you can really put pressure upon yourself, and it just grows and grows and grows. And it could be all the mental concentration of all the black caps at home watching this, just putting all their energy into the Amdocs pulling something off here, or at least getting to within that 35-run mark. Now, don't forget, folks, we've got the championship week of that series in Spain. And you can catch all the action on our YouTube channel at 7 o'clock GMT, 9 o'clock CST, and 12:30 Indian Standard Time. Lots of excellent cricket coming your way tomorrow, as this one is lifted up, 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 and away. It's another 6.
Yeah, that one's certainly gone the distance. Very well hit by Hitesh Tadani, as all those nerves will just be rising amongst the Sri Lankan Lions fans, and we're starting to add a bit of late drama to a night where sometimes things have felt a bit flat with Amdocs, but certainly that's the beauty of elimination cricket, of group stage cricket, where there are so many implications on the lines. Everyone's got their tables and calculators out right now, but certainly if Amdocs can get to 90 runs, that'll be the end for the Sri Lankan Lions. They probably won't be able to make it to one of those top 2 spots, as I bet we've got a bunch of black caps rubbing their hands right now, nervously clutching every single lucky pearl they have.
Cross your fingers, hold your thumbs.
Certainly, and cheering these Amdocs out. No wonder they brought Kamal Reyes in, the veteran bowler. As he comes into bowl his second delivery. Once again, Hitesh Tadani goes for his favorite stroke. And has this gone the distance? I think it's taken a bounce. And it looks like it certainly has. The umpire signaled it a boundary, and there's going to be a few alarm bells ringing amongst the Sri Lankan players.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. It's all happening here. What a beautiful thing cricket is, where you can feel that momentum has shifted. It actually looked a bit more like a 6 to me. Let's have a look at that again. But just getting confirmation from the umpire. He's just checking all the replays. And, yeah, it's a 6. So, 2 extra runs. Wow. Well, this is the amazing thing. This is going to feel like a victory for Amdocs. If they can succeed in stopping the Sri Lankan Lions, getting them out or winning within that margin, the victory will feel like theirs. And what an amazing amazing sport where you can have that kind of complex as the pressure gets on, as that is edged to third man, who is a very capable fielder but has let that one drop.
Certainly, we were just talking about how Saman Kumar had come into his element of third man. He puts down a crucial catch here. And boy, you're absolutely right. It certainly will feel like a victory, because I think some of those Black Caps players will take Amdocs out for quite a night out if they can pull this one off. As well as just 15 runs now, really. They can get 15 more runs, Amdocs, and I think all the Black Caps can get their party hats on, because the Sri Lankan Lions will certainly be out of contention for those top 2 spots. As we see, Kamal Ray's just stopped by the umpire, and
I'll tell you what as well, the way Tadani's been hitting it, it might be a bit too far in under 3 overs, but that target is not out of reach.
Certainly isn't, and makes you really wonder why we saw some of the batsmen we saw earlier in this innings. Tadani's known for hitting the ball pretty cleanly. He led Amdocs well in that chase against the Mufflons, as this one is just knocked away by Pritesh Dale, and Roshan Sirwardhan will just take a tumble trying to field that one.
Oh, there's a bit of tension in the air, Nish. You can feel it. The Sri Lankan supporters behind us, they've gone very quiet. As that is a wide, another wide, and not doing himself or his team any favours here, Kamal Ray is.
Certainly isn't, and of course do remember that if the Sri Lankan Lions drop out of contention for the top 2 spots, they won't want to slide out of 3rd or 4th, because do remember the 3rd and 4th place side do get to compete in a bronze medal match, and the Eagles have only played 6 games, and they might even be hoping Amdocs can go all the way and pull this one off, as that one is a huge 6 by Hitesh Tadani, and that's also going to be a no ball, so maybe Amdocs aren't just eyeing getting to 90, they might be eyeing getting to 120.
Yeah, it's on the cards here, the way that Tadani's been hitting it. That is a rank full toss, head high, not only the no ball, but hit all the way for a big 6. Wow, Nish, what are we watching here? Could we be seeing something pretty miraculous? We know that the miracles have been going against the Amdocs. Maybe it's their turn.
Certainly is, and drama is continuing to intensify, and now the Sri Lankan Lions, I think they're very nearly reaching that territory where making it to one of those top 2 spots is almost going to be impossible for them. We can see the camera shaking a bit. Hitesh Tadani goes across the wickets. This one will take a bounce, and he'll go for 4. And the drama continues to rise in Cyprus. The Sri Lankan Lions are just 2 runs away from being knocked out of contention for those top 2 spots.
Yeah, I'd say that has gone. That equation is all but over. And Tadani, he's eyeing the victory. I think he's moved to, I think he's on 31. Yeah, he's on 31 of only 11 deliveries. Can you believe it? What a knock by the experienced campaigner.
Absolutely, and now we're starting to see some chatter amongst that Amdocs dugout, which has been very quiet so far tonight. Something we rarely see from them. They're one of the chattiest dugouts. They play with great spirit typically, and I think some of those losses were bearing on them, but now with this innings by their leader, their veteran Hitesh Tadani, well, there might be hope amongst the hopeless so far, as
he's just seeing the ball so well, moving across the pitch of it and swinging across the line, collecting it out of the middle. This is on, Nish.
Certainly is. And Kamal Reyes, who's normally such an experienced bowler for them, such a successful campaigner, as that one is hit straight at Prashad Liange. A very painful blow for him. That was destined to go for a boundary, but he somehow got his big torso onto it.
Body on the line. Yep. Wow. That could have been a game turner in itself. So as we see here, the Sri Lankan Lions, they were only 96. Only 8 runs more than what the Amdocs are. And here we see it slapped once again to Liani. He manages to collect, but doesn't prevent the run. And that will keep Tadani on strike.
Kamal Ray's over went for 30 runs. When do we ever see that?
Wow.
That is certainly the most expensive over we've seen so far this tournament in Cyprus, and it was Kamal Ray's of all people. And I think if Prashad Liange didn't pull off those 2 exceptional bit of fielding, that over might have gone for 37.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. They were 2 fours that he absolutely saved.
And that will certainly, I think all the cheering can now begin amongst the Black Caps fans. They can take a sigh of relief. I think we can confirm that now it's mathematically impossible for the Sri Lankan Lions to grab one of those 2 spots. So the Black Caps...
Yeah, celebrating at home, boys.
Certainly celebrating at home. And in comes Chamal Sadoon. It's a pressure situation, and they need him to bowl a quiet over. Pritesh Deol connects on this one. Has he picked out the gap? Is it going to go the gap? He certainly has. What a stroke.
Unbelievable stuff. In fact, it was Diol who's joining the fray now. What a beautiful drive through the covers, found the gap, Fielder running around. It can do nothing to stop that running across the boundary.
And goodness me, forget it. We were talking so much about that target at 90. Our Amdocs going to go all the way and pull off a special win. This time it's a Lex Bjorker. I think Sadoun's gone to the wrong end. Really should have looked at the non-strikers end and tried to run out Diol, but it's high drama in Cyprus. Starting to see that camera shake. We're starting to see all the pressure come in.
Yeah, a lot of nerves there, and Sadoun, he's a great cricketer, but that was the wrong decision, I feel, as he called Nish. Not only not going to the right end, but Tadani, he's on strike, and he's already hit 30 runs off 1 over, and they only need 25 off 10.
In comes Hitesh Tadani. He strikes this one cleanly. It's going to take a couple of bounces and go over the boundary rope. Hitesh Tadani, is he about to lead them to an unlikely win? This is absolutely sensational stuff. Sadoun cracking slightly under the pressure, puts it right in the slot. And there it is, a brilliant stroke by Tadani. And we were talking so much about how this man had endured a difficult night. He put catches down. He'd struggled with the ball in hand. But here he is at the end of the night, giving his side some hope and giving them a chance to chase this target down.
Yeah, all it takes is one great innings, turning it all around Tadani, and he is eyeing off a 50 and eyeing off a very miraculous victory for his team. Let's see how it goes here. That's a great delivery, though, from Sadoun. It's full, but it's missed the keeper, and they managed to run through for a bye. Yep. Just getting confirmation there from the umpire. We believe it was a bye. Whatever the matter, Diol is on strike, and he has been hitting it as fine as anyone else as well. As he slaps that over the head of Sadoun, and it's running down. There is a man there, but he's missing. It's gone over the boundary. It's a 4. I can't believe it. They have got over 100 runs. And they are closing in on this target in the most outstanding, unbelievable way. Wow, it's a game of inches at times, and that was only inches above the outstretched fingers of the bowler. Whew. What are we looking at here, Nish?
What are we witnessing? We've never seen Amdocs go over 88 so far this tournament. And are they going to pull off the biggest chase we've seen this year? Pritesh Diol strikes this one. Is it going to go to a boundary as well? It's a good bit of fielding by Ruan Chayakoti, who has ice running through his veins and somehow manages to prevent that one from going for a 4. But in the end, it's another productive over for Amdocs, a 16-run over, and it's come down to this. They need 14 off the last over to win. Did we think that we were going to be here? We certainly didn't. We thought this game was dusted, written in the books. We thought the Sri Lankan Lions would keep them under 85 and seal that spot in the final. But here they are. They might just try to cling on to this win. High drama.
Yeah, it's standing up time, Nish. I can't sit down for this. it's too nerve-wracking. I can't believe what we're witnessing from Tadani and Diol here. The 1 over left.
And it's Mahesh Kamage coming on to bowl, who went for 14 in the last over. If they can get that again, Amdocs, they're home.
Yeah. Big pressure on his shoulders. Now, let's have a look at the field they've got. Just the long on and long off. That's entirely sensible. And you want your 2 best fielders there because that is likely where it's going. But as we've seen from these 2, they're hitting it all over the ground.
Kamage surely has to bowl full and straight. That's the sort of field setting he's had. But we've seen him struggle with his line and length throughout. Let's go this one. Tadani has launched this one into the night sky. Will it go the distance? It's been put down by Chayakoti. We said ice was running through his veins, but certainly not there as they'll scamper across for a couple of runs. So 2 runs to start, and the pressure is being felt by the Sri Lankan Lions. Are they crumbling underneath it?
Yeah, they are. They're struggling against it. That's for sure. 12 runs off 5. A big 6 here. That will send the Amdocs team screaming, and he's got a hold of it. It's flying up and over. It's 4 runs. Oh, I can't believe it. It's another boundary, and that brings the equation to 8. 8 runs off 4 is entirely doable. What a knock we are witnessing here. Just closed his eyes, swung across the line, caught the top edge, flew over everyone's head, and bounced away for 4.
Amdocs are now 2 shots away from pulling off an unlikely win and pulling off the biggest chase we've seen so far this tournament. Just to give you an idea of what the previous biggest chase was, it was 108 by the Black Caps, and now is another big chase going to help them out as well. As we see Thadani going across the line. Was that a few too many? Did he try that one too many times? Maybe he should have just played it straighter, but in the end, he has to depart. And has he come so far for his side? And are they going to fall short from here? That is a huge moment for Gamage.
Yeah, great piece of bowling. Kept his cool, Gamage. And, yeah, he got a bit of that ice from the into his own veins and just put it on the stumps, knowing that Tadani, he was walking across the line. He walks just one step too far, couldn't time it, couldn't connect. Stumps were skittled. Whew, so that's another twist and a turn, and the equation's still entirely doable. And God, you can't help but want the underdogs to just get as close as they can. This is the team that has not won a single match this entire series, and they are on the verge of chasing down the highest total so far. 3 deliveries left.
They've had 2 games go down to the last ball, 1 to the second last ball, another couple to the last over. Are they finally going to pull one out? They need to hit 2 boundaries to win it from here. Pankaj Parvesh strikes this cleanly down. Is it going to go the distance? It's gone for a maximum!
Wow! It has. It has. And they're almost celebrating as if they've won. It's not over yet, boys. Still need another couple of runs for the win. But unbelievable stuff. He just stood and delivered straight down the ground, beating the outstretched hand of the fielder there. And, wow. How you doing, Nish? You all right?
This is unbelievable. I really can't believe what we're witnessing right now. Amdocs, the side who we've often been at the wrong end of jokes, have been the butt of everyone's jokes, and here they are about to pull off a record chase this calendar year as they need 2 of 2. Although we do await confirmation about what happened in the previous ball, we still haven't had information relayed to us about that. Yes, it's 7 and no ball, so this will be a free hit. Surely Amdocs will win it from here. He strokes the one away. Amdocs have pulled it off. They've pulled off a miracle. They've been on the wrong side of these results one too many times, but not this time. Amdocs have done it.
Yes, streaming onto the field. Well done, lads. Unbelievable result. And, if you can imagine our excitement in the tent, you can only tell how excited this lot are. They've been on the losing end so many times, and now to come out and pull off such a huge victory. And the Sri Lankan Lions, well, they are absolutely distraught. Not only have they let that chance slip for the second position, but they have dropped a game and very well might drop out of the top 4. Unbelievable stuff. And you've got a very proud captain there, Diol. He was there at the end and played a fine hand, 25 off 17. It was Parvesh, though, came in, hit a 6 off 1 ball. And then the winning run. That is just a fantastic team effort, and they are going to go to bed extremely happy. That is one for the record books. As you see the highlight, they've been pulling that away. So let's have a look at some of the action here. Well, at the start, it looked like it was all just going to be a story already written. Something we'd seen before. The Sri Lankans would cruise to victory. And catches were being taken. Wickets were being hit by the batsman's own bat. And it seemed all done and dusted.
Of course, do remember, this Amdocs side were at 37 for 4 at the 5.3 over stage. As we take a look at some of these highlights, well, the first half of the innings was a low light reel for Amdocs. They really struggled to get anything going. If you look at that top order of theirs, it's a bit of a phone number, 8438. As we take a look at Vimal Kunduri's wicket at that stage, we thought they were floundering and it's all over. And it was this man who came in, Hitesh Tadani. He played the innings of his life. 43 of 17, 3 boundaries, 4 sixes. This is absolutely unforgettable stuff. And him, along with Pritish Dayal out there, stroked an incredible 80 runs in the last 4 overs and led Amdocs to one of the unlikeliest of chases.
Yeah, absolutely he did, and that's all it takes, just a couple of cool heads and hitting through the line, a few lucky chances like that one, falling in between the fielders, and just using your feet, getting across, and once he started to see it and hit it, all he could do was see it and hit it some more. And that's exactly what he started to do. Over to the offside, to the onside. Definitely behind square leg became his favourite spot. And wasn't actually giving away too many chances, coming sweetly off the bat just like that one. And I just can't believe what we've seen here, Nish.
And then this was that Kamal raise over where we thought this Amdocs side might have some hope. It went for 30 runs. It could even have gone for 37 if it wasn't for some outstanding fielding by Liange. Kamal Reyes, a veteran bowler who's been leading this tournament in terms of wickets taken, was absolutely pasted by Hitesh Sadani. He was hit all over the park. As Sadani, well, he really enjoyed hitting it over square leg. Just take a look at some of these shots. This was a bit of a streakish boundary, but Saman Kumara put that catch down. How costly a drop did that prove to be?
Yeah, absolutely costly in the end, Nish. It was the game right there because this man just kept going and going and going. And he, in the end of the day, he couldn't not find the middle of the bat. Even when it was put outside off, he'd just move across and put it down the leg side behind square. He just kept doing it again and again and again. And some beautiful straight hitting as well through the covers, finding the gaps. Just kept sending the ball across the boundary. And, wow, it's just an amazing game cricket. We were talking not too long ago about how they might be lucky to avoid a 30-run loss. Well, in the end, it was that one over that saw them accelerate to the point where, yeah, the Lankans, they were on the back foot. And that's exactly where they stayed as the big shots kept coming. In the end, they did get their man, but it was too late. It was all over.
It's too late, and the Lankan Lions needed to prevent Amdocs from getting 14 runs to win that last over. And then out came Pankaj Parvesh. Amdocs needed 8 of 3, and he hit a 6, and this was also a no ball. And then Amdocs were within touching distance. They needed 1 run off the last 3 balls, and there was Parvesh to stroke away a boundary, and every single Amdocs player charged onto the field as Amdocs recorded their first ever win in T10 after their second attempt to come to one of these tournaments. How delighted were they? It was such a long wait for Amdocs to finally pick up a win after coming to 2 of these tournaments, and there they have it. They pulled it off in a miraculous chase, a record chase of 120.
Absolutely, and big shout out to their captain as well, Shukla. He did a fine job with the ball, taking those 3 wickets, and will be a very proud skipper tonight. So folks, that's been the action here at the Ipsinus Cricket Ground, just outside of Limassol. And it's been an absolute pleasure to bring you some of the most exciting action that we've seen so far in this series. We'll be back, not tomorrow, but in a couple of days' time. We cannot wait to see you then. And until that day comes, ciao for now.